are again. The planet has successfully completed yet another orbit around the sun. So, join me tonight, armed with my top-quality juice box of Sutter Homes Cabernet Sauvignon, for Bill Stone's Geekin New Year's Eve. Welcome to the late Stardate, the very first episode, because it's always late somewhere in the world. And as it happens, it's going to be late pretty much everywhere in North and South America when this stream starts, so at least I'm living up to the name. And I am, of course, your host, Bill Stone. Well, I've decided to do it. I'm going to go ahead and do an entire 5-hour live stream, regardless of my lower back arthritis, so that I can have a celebration and fireworks displays for all the time zones in the continental United States. Now, given, of course, that I have lower back arthritis, this means that I'll be taking breaks from time to time, during which I'll show some of my second channel videos from the Tales from SYL Ranch Darkroom, which are linked to in my description box, each and every one of those, because they're all upscaled to 4K and 60 frames per second. You can't see them at 60 frames per second here, because this is only, well, you can see them at 60 frames per second, but you can't see it at 4K, so you lose something, but I still think it's pretty cool. I will, of course, answer any questions about science fiction, fantasy, horror, superheroes, and other related genres. Probably talk a little bit about current events as it skews towards my libertarian mindset, in as much as at least one of the reviews I do is going to, unfortunately, have some of that embedded in it. And I'll do my best to answer each and every one of you as truthfully as I can. There are some subjects that'll be off limits, but pretty much anything else is fair game. Now, admittedly, I do not have enough content to fill 5 entire hours. I am going to rely on you, my viewers, to, give me your input and maybe drive the conversation. At midnight, in the Eastern, Central, and Mountain time zones, there will be fireworks displays that are sci-fi oriented, but the Pacific time zone can look forward to a very special presentation. And no, I'm not going to tell you what it is in advance. You're just going to have to be here and wait for it. And so I would certainly suggest that you tell all of your friends, family, neighbors, pets, and livestock to be on for that one, because I think it's really very cool. I have a review of the 2018 film UFO, which stars Gillian Anderson from The X-Files in a supporting role. I'll have a review of the Doctor Who Christmas special, The Church on Ruby Road. And I might also have some stories to tell in a segment that I like to call Tales from Generation X. Now, thank you very much. Hello, Supercruise63. Hello, Jeanette. And am I going to kiss you? Well, that'd be a little difficult from where I'm at. But how about that? That's as good as I can get. When I'm going to take breaks, I'll put some fun content in from my Darkroom channel, including the first 2 Superman cartoons from the 1940s, the first 2 Fleischer ones. I will have a scene from the 1989 Batman that I experimentally converted to black and white to see what it would look like as a film noir. We'll have a commercial from Clit Webb for Senate, a scene from the 1985 comedy Real Genius. We'll discover Superman's true power in the final episode of Justice League Unlimited. We'll even watch Electro Woman and Dyna Girl foil a convenience store robbery. And we'll watch the Mystery Men fight Casanova Frankenstein. And depending on how my back feels, I may throw in a couple of emergency trailers. This is, after all, a freaking live stream. So, to start a few things off, I'm not gonna take from my juice box of wine until the end. I consider that, by the way, something of a step up from last year when I was, or the year before. I don't remember the last time I did this, when I was drinking Everclear. So it's a bit of a step up, wine in a juice box, you know. I guess to kick things off. And some of my viewers are age appropriate enough to know it. Supercruise63 says, have not watched Ruby Road yet. Been kind of bummed after watching some of the first 3 new Doctor Who stories. My review on that is relatively brief. You being bummed by the first 3 Doctor Who stories is not unusual. I think most people felt that way. I don't think the Christmas episode made it go any better. So, anyways, some of my viewers here are probably age appropriate for this. So I'm going to go ahead and kick things off with some tales from Generation X. If you've got any stories about, your childhood growing up in Gen X, please let me know. I'll be happy to throw it out there for the stream. I got inspired to do this largely because of a comedian, a Gen X comedian named, of all things, Karen Morgan. She does some really funny stuff. I'm actually going to rip her off a little bit, and I'll tell you when I'm doing it. But I realized watching her that it turns out that I have a fair amount of shared experience with Gen Xers that I really didn't think about twice. So I'm going to throw out a couple of things that happened to me as Gen X. So officially, Generation X is defined as anybody born from 1965 to 1985, making about 62.5 million of us here in the United States. We are generally the children of baby boomers or the silent generation, though for some weird reason that I can't figure out, millennials and Gen Z tend to refer to us as boomers. Apparently, to them, older people are just like black people to racists. We all look alike. Gen Xers, we were the last feral generation. We grew up in an era without the internet and without cell phones. If we wanted to answer a phone call, there was a device that was attached to the wall or sat on a desk. And we couldn't send it to voicemail. In fact, we rushed very hard to get to the telephone. And we had to remember telephone numbers, not using our phones, but rather maintaining them in our heads. I still remember my phone number from our last landline phone that was taken out of where I'm living now, probably only less than 10 years ago now. Our entertainment often came from television, but TV wasn't really oriented to us. We watched some cartoons before and after school, and Saturday mornings, those were completely given over to Gen X. We were given all kinds of children's programming. It could range from classic Looney Tunes cartoons to some rather stupid shows that even we knew at the time were kind of stupid. And a few live-action programs. There were a couple of standouts. Star Trek, the animated series was one of the big ones. Land of the Lost was a big one that was a standout. Captain Marvel was a big one, the original Captain Marvel, not the one that they use on the MCU now, but the actual real Captain Marvel. Although even then, having to have Captain Marvel fly in at the very end to tell us what the moral of the story was a little bit condescending. But as I say, I was kind of inspired to do this by Karen Morgan, who is a really great Gen X comedian. A little bit of what I'm going to steal from her comes from a video that she has on YouTube called Every Generation Explained, and it is linked to in my description box. Please feel free to go and watch that. I'm only stealing little bits of her act, so I won't spoil any of her real act for you. But one of the things that Karen observed about Gen X is that we kind of had the opposite of helicopter parents. We had what she calls Home Depot parents, which is where it looks like there should be somebody who can help you, but there's not. Nobody's coming. It's like at Home Depot. If you want a skill saw, there's only one left, and it's way up there above everything else in the store. So just grab a ladder, start climbing, and by the way, be careful not to drop it and cut your arm off on the way down, because they're not going to take you to the hospital. And in fact, it's going to be your fault that you got hurt. Here's what we as Gen Xers got when we got hurt. Blow on it, rub some dirt on it, walk it off, suck it up, quit your crying, or I'll give you something to cry about. That's also evidenced in my own case a few times, and those are the Gen X stories I'm going to tell this time, because I got a million of them, as it turns out. I just didn't realize it until I watched Karen Morgan. Once, when I was about 5, I somehow managed to burn the first layer of skin off of one of my fingers. I went home crying. My dad held my finger under room temperature tap water and waited for the layer of skin to kind of slough off. poured some alcohol on it, which of course is a whole lot of fun, then wrapped it up in gauze and told me not to do whatever stupid thing I'd done to get burned in the first place. That was usually a Gen X thing. Our parents would just look at us and go, man, you did something stupid. I guess you know not to do it again, don't you? That's kind of how we learned. We did something stupid. Another time, while riding my bike on a gravel road, I completely wiped out, came down on my right hand, and tore off all the skin on this hand, on the palm. I went home. My dad carefully picked out, all of the bits of gravel that were in there, washed it out in room temperature tap water, poured alcohol on it, which when you're looking at exposed muscle is just oh so much fun in terms of pain, and told me to be careful the next time. I also once cut this index finger on the top damn near down to the bone. It was almost to the bone. Today that would necessitate a trip to the ER, probably stitches, but instead my dad put it under room temperature tap water, poured alcohol into the wound, wound it tightly together with bandages, and told me to be more careful the next time that I was using knives. Again, I still have a scar. If you know exactly where to look, you can see the slightly deformed spot on my fingernail where it didn't quite heal back exactly properly, and the scar is just a little bit visible even after 50 some years. The only real time I ever went to a doctor for anything was when I jumped my bike on homemade ramps, because back then there was a daredevil named Evel Knievel who was really popular and inspired a lot of kids to do the sort of same things he did, only on a smaller scale. A lot of us tended to build, homemade Evel Knievel ramps with plywood with nails sticking up from it. In my case, I stole steel shelving from my father's garage and put those up on cinder blocks. But I came down one of those times, and I came down right on my right knee, or should I say just below my right knee, and I inadvertently shattered the bones underneath it. It was behind the kneecap. It wasn't the kneecap itself. It was these little bones behind it. Jeanette says, Evel Knievel challenged many a boy. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And boy, were we all stupid about the various stuff that we made. The fact that there is a wonderful, wonderful footage. Evel Knievel would jump just about bajillion cars, and there's one where he jumped the it's called the Caesar's Palace jump, where he was jumping a whole bunch of trucks, and they were filming it, and he came down badly, and on the far ramp. He jumped the trucks, but he came down badly. The whole thing was shot close up in slow motion. So you watch this man get completely crumpled up in and around his motorcycle, breaking at that point literally every bone in his body. He was in the hospital forever. They said he'd never walk again, but he did, got up and kept trying to jump things. Supercruise63 says he watched Evel Knievel and tried to copy him on his bicycle, ended up planted the boys on the gooseneck. Yeah. Well, as I say, in this particular case, I came down and shattered the bones that were underneath and behind my kneecap. And it hurt, but Gen Xers, we were all kind of used to a little pain. We did stupid things and hurt ourselves all the time. And again, blow on it, rub some dirt on it, walk it off, suck it up, quit your crying. That's what we had. So instead of paying too much attention to the pain, I just went and I built some more ramps that were really no more safe than the one that I had made before, and continued to wipe out every time on my driveway. When I was finally realized that the pain was more or less permanent, my mother begrudgingly took me to the pediatrician, where I was fitted with a full-length cast on my right leg while it healed, and I spent the better part of a semester in the cast. When the cast finally came off, my leg muscles had badly atrophied, and today, of course, this would mean physical therapy. Supercruise63 says you were too scared to tell your parents because you didn't want to get yelled at. Yeah, that's what they said. I'm sorry. I got to shut the volume off here. There's presently a 5-alarm fire going on in New York City, and it just keeps going off and off and off and off and off. So, yeah, that was the thing. As I said, if you did something stupid and got hurt, it was your fault that you got hurt, and your parents would let you know that it was your damn fault that you got hurt. So anyhow, the cast comes off. My leg muscles are totally atrophied from spending an entire semester straight, not doing anything. Today you'd go to physical therapy. Back in that time, physical therapy meant my dad performing stretches every day, a couple to 3 times a day to get full range of motion back. It was incredibly painful, and he had absolutely that was the other thing, as you say, didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for me. I was the dumbass who had tried to jump a ramp and went straight into the ground with it, my fault. Jeanette says, between my brother and I in self-defense, my mom made rule number 1. 1 person in the hospital per day. Yeah. We still call dibs on this one rule to this day. Yeah. That's Gen X for you, man. We didn't, we didn't get any sympathy when we did something stupid. It was our fault. We did something dumb. It was us, so... So my dad did all this stretching, and I remember it being really painful and asking him to stop. But again, no sympathy. I'd gotten stupid after all. He just stretched my muscles out and, told me to make sure that I rode my bike as often as possible until both of my legs were performing equally. And it worked. As a feral generation, we were generally ejected from the house every day after school and on weekends with the instruction to go outside and play, with the door then being slammed shut behind us. And we were not let back in, except maybe for meals, at which point our mothers would complain that we were tracking dirt, mud, or snow into the house. So people sometimes wonder, younger generations sometimes scratch their head and wonder, why did you guys drink from the hose? Well, the reason we drank from the garden hose is because we were told to go outside and play, and we're not let back in. Here in Nebraska, it didn't matter whether it was 105 degrees out in the middle of August. It didn't matter whether there was 2 feet of snow out in the middle of January. We were told to go outside and play. We would just congregate with other children in the general area, neighborhood kids who are our age. And, basically what we did is we would go around and terrorize the neighborhood. I remember very specifically, we would run through people's yards. We'd climb their fences in order to avoid having to ride our bikes or walk around the block to get where we wanted to go. We just jumped the fence. I know that our back fence was perennially bent over, despite the fact that my father constantly told us to stop doing it. We would terrorize elderly people, following them around on our bikes while they walked, making fun of their age. We'd hold bike races that crossed intersections that had no stop signs, with absolutely no thought whatsoever of any cars that might unexpectedly come across one of the intersections or come out of a driveway and kill us. If you couldn't make it through without, getting killed on your bike, you didn't deserve to make it out of Gen X. And we didn't wear helmets. Nobody wore helmets. That didn't start until my children started putting helmets on us. None of us wore helmets. And somehow we got out of our childhoods without too many traumatic brain injuries. Yes, Jeanette says, and no seatbelts either. Yeah, no seatbelts. God, I don't want to steal too much from Karen Morgan, because she does such a good set on this. But frankly, we didn't wear seatbelts in the front seat. If your mother's arm wasn't enough to stop you, you deserved to go through that windshield. That's all there was to it. Yep, you rode in the back of the truck. Did that. No car seats. Absolutely, there were no car seats. I remember when I was very little, my father, who would be driving, would sit me on his lap while he drove, so I could have fun watching that. Absolutely. And those were the best rides. And if you had a station wagon, You would sit in the rear part of the station wagon, facing back, making faces at the people who were behind you. And the races that we had, they would often include slaloming in and out of people's driveways. We didn't have any play dates. We simply found each other and did whatever we wanted, occasionally getting hurt in the process. But again, blow on it, rub some dirt on it, suck it up, walk it off, quit your crying. Yep, Jeanette says you had a rear-facing seat in our station wagon. Yeah. Again, try not to steal too much from Karen Morgan, but you just sit back there and, be waving at the people behind you. Just be waving. That's what we used to do, yes. I certainly recall my next-door neighbor. He would be constantly yelling at us to stop messing around in his driveway and get the hell off of his newly seeded lawn that he just planted solely in response to our shenanigans going through it all the time. I discovered listening to Karen Morgan that we didn't even particularly like each other. I just thought that was me. But no, it was a whole Gen X thing. We didn't really particularly like each other. Oh, God, yes, Super Cruise 63, you had a set of lawn darts. Oh, God, yes, if we didn't make it through our childhoods by getting, falling out of a tree or getting hurt in a bike or getting, stabbed in the foot with a fucking jart, that was our childhood, man. That was our childhoods. We were feral. We didn't care. And if you got stuck in the foot with a dart, you better just pull it out and then blow on it, rub some dirt on it, walk it off, suck it up, and quit your crying. But again, we didn't particularly like each other. I didn't realize that till watching Karen Morgan. We just tolerate each other because the alternative was utter boredom. We would often ride our bikes miles to the nearest shopping center where we would terrorize local businesses. We would also buy candy cigarettes, candy jewelry, and trading cards with bubblegum for whatever happened to be popular at the time. It was never anything like, something simple like baseball cards or anything like that. It would be just whatever happened to be popular at the time. That's what we would get cards for. And of course, we'd always get the same 10 cards and end up trading with anybody who had anything like a different card. The other thing that the cards were really good for was sticking in the spokes of your bicycle so you could ride around sounding like a motorcycle, with the motorcycle thing going. Loved doing that. We sometimes also ran into neighborhood bullies, and because I was the geeky kid, I was always a target. We learned the value of strength in numbers, de-escalation, how to de-escalate a situation with a bully, and occasionally you'd have to resort to fistfights. Yes, Jeanette says, lawn darts were fun. Absolutely, they were fun. I don't know anybody personally who got stabbed with a lawn dart, but I know that some kids did. Again, blow on it, rub some dirt on it, suck it up, walk it off, quit your crying, That were our parents. That was our parents. The opposite of helicopter parents, they were Home Depot parents. Fighting bullies was always the advice of our parents because they would explain that bullies are actually cowards. And if you stood up to them, they'd usually back down and run away. And it turns out they were right, to my complete bafflement on one occasion. At school, we were playing flag football. And if you don't know what flag football is or was, you'd wear a little belt around you, and each side would have a little flag that was kind of stuck in there, attached on the side. And so instead of tackling each other in fourth grade and potentially actually hurting each other, the only time that parents of Gen X kids really cared, you would pull the flag off, and that would count as tackling someone. And I assume it was pretty much the same for everybody else. We weren't really playing very, directly. It was pretty half-heartedly. They put me on the line so that I was supposed to stop another lineman from getting through. We were just going through the motions, and not really working very hard at it. But then at one point, I realized that since we weren't really working hard at it, I could just run over to the class bully who was playing quarterback and pull off one of his flags before he had a chance to do anything, because nobody was really trying to stop me. I just zip right over there and do it. But I'd do this over and over, and I'd frustrate him to the point where he'd intercept me after school and demand satisfaction in the form of a fist fight. I'd usually be able to de-escalate, but on a few occasions, yes, I had to resort to fists. It baffled me for quite some time, because eventually he confided in me that he considered me his best friend. And I hated his guts and could not understand why he liked me. Much later, my father told me, who was a psychologist, it was long after I had my own children, that one of the ways that boys communicate is through physical altercations like that. Unlike women, who will hold on to a grudge forever, if you get into an argument with a woman and you think you've won, you haven't. They will take that sucker and put it in the back of their minds and pull it out for the next argument that you have just out of nowhere. But when boys do it, you end up having a fight and the matter is settled. There is a clear winner, there's a clear loser, and that's that. And then you tend to get along. And by standing up to this class bully, even though he usually won, that made him think of me as his friend. I didn't believe it, but that's what it was. Tree Climber 3. Hey, nice to see you here. Haven't seen you on any of my streams before. So true. Fights between boys made best friends. Yeah. My problem was I was such a geek that I was often the target of some bully. And most of them never really liked me very much. But that one kid, who was the biggest class bully I ever dealt with, as you say, he considered me his best friend. I didn't know why, because I kind of hated his guts. Tree 3 Climber says you made lots of friends that way. Yeah. You know what? I'm looking at I guess it's okay. I got a green screen behind me. I'm always quick to tell people about the theatrical aspects of what I do here. What you're seeing behind me is not a real cabin, although by this time next year, I will be in one. January, my longtime viewers know that there is some family ranch land still in my family, and I'm going to be buying that out next month. And I'll also be pulling in a single-wide trailer, and that's where I will be going to live to retire. So by this time next year, I probably won't be using the green screen anymore. I won't have anything quite this picturesque behind me, but I might very well have 2 feet of snow. It depends. But an interesting thing about, let's see, Jeanette says, you finally get to move there? Awesome. Yes, my schedule will start to get weird come spring or so next year, maybe even starting in January, because I'm going to be buying out the remainder of that land. I am buying a single-wide trailer to put out there. I've got a backup generator to put in there. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I've got to buy. It blew my mind, but right, if you couldn't find this place with a GPS, right? I mean, you can pinpoint it on a GPS, but you can't figure out how to get there without one. The nearest gravel road is 2 miles away. The nearest paved road is another 45, and the nearest town on an actual concrete road is about another 10 miles from there. So this is way out in the middle of nowhere. So you have to be prepared to have enough food to stock up for potentially 6 months. It doesn't happen frequently, but it does happen when you will have a total inability to get out for long periods of time. So I've got a big-ass freezer that I'm buying, and be getting ready to stock up on groceries while I'm out there. But the most bizarre thing is they have fiber optic internet out there. I couldn't believe my eyes. It runs across a right-of-way that they have but they ran fiber optic out there, which blows my mind. I was involved in IT for 40 years, and I worked for ISPs, and I know what it costs to run fiber optic. They're running fiber optic out to a place where they would maybe get 5 customers. The amount that they cost to throw it out there blows my mind. But I'm going to have fiber optic out there. I was afraid I was going to have to rely on Verizon Wireless. They build out along interstate highways, and so we get pretty good reception on them out there. But I'm going to get fiber into my cabin. Who thunk? I was blown away. Couldn't believe it. But yes, I will be living there full time, probably by the end of autumn, maybe earlier than that, depending on how things get put in. I'm buying so much stuff. I have to buy a tractor, not a big, farm rated tractor, but a kind of mid-sized one, with a lawn deck and also a shovel attachment, so that if we get 2 feet of snow, I have some possibility of being able to plow my way out to some extent. As I say, a backup generator, because you can have instances where you get 2 feet of snow, the electricity goes out, it can be out for days, because it's not like they exactly, they don't exactly prioritize anything out there. So I'm going to have a backup generator that'll be capable of running propane backup generator. But I've got it all priced out. I have budgeted everything in sight out, so that, my mother, who passed away in February, she and my father left their descendants fairly sizable, generous inheritance. So I'm able to buy all of this. The thing that blows me away is that by this time next year, I'll own all this stuff outright. I will not be doing any kind of loans. I'll just own it all outright. SuperCruise63 says Starlink gets better all the time because you watch SpaceX and Falcon 9 launches 2 times a month. Yes, Starlink is getting better and better. I might have gone with Starlink had I not discovered that they'd run fiber optic out there. But as long as the fiber's there, I'll take it, Getting back to Gen X things, one of the things that my father told me much later in life, a bit of wisdom that he gave to me, was that in any group of boys, you can tell the IQ of the group of boys by taking the IQ of the dumbest boy and dividing it by the number of boys in the group. And of course, I had children by then, and I saw the wisdom in what he was saying there. My dad died about 10 years ago. I still miss him. I hope that some of his, his wisdom rubbed off on me. I can never tell. Tree 3 Climber says, build a Leonto doghouse for that generator. Keeps it dry and quiet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll definitely think about that. I don't expect to have it kick in very frequently, but, it does need to be protected from the elements and all that. It's a standalone unit, the one that I priced out, and it should be capable of, dang it, stop buzzing at me. I shut off the thing, but now it's going to buzz at me until I get rid of all my alerts. Yes, thank you. Great. Now I've accidentally created that too big. Okay, but yeah, thank you. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Any suggestions anyone has? I spent a lot of time on this land when I was growing up, but that doesn't mean that I actually fully know everything about living out there. I've tried to anticipate it, but that doesn't mean that I won't figure out, halfway through the year, oh crap, I've got to go buy this. I've tried to anticipate everything in sight that I can, but I don't necessarily think I'll have it all figured out. I did look briefly at the possibility of going solar, but there is no way that solar will actually power even a single wide trailer for any particular length of time. And it's so expensive. I mean, you could conceivably do it, but buying a propane backup generator is just so much cheaper than going solar. Jeanette says, we built a small shed for your generator, but had to modify it several times to get better airflow. Yeah, that's also something obviously I have to look at. What's the airflow look like? Yeah, yeah. The single wide I'm getting was surprisingly inexpensive. And the people who take it, they priced it out for me and said, this is what it's going to cost to get it out there. And we're going to set it all up for you, get the central air working, the electric run in, the water run in, put a skirt on it. It'll look really nice. And it's all included in the price. And I had to drive out there with them because it's out there in the middle of nowhere. And see, and just kind of show them the way out and say, hey, is this going to be a problem getting this trailer in and out? And they just went, no, you're talking to people who do this sort of thing all the time. There's no problem here. We can get this in and out. No problem at all. We do this all the time. Let's see. Tree Food Climber says a hand pump 2-inch well would be nice. Well, as it turns out, what I'm actually going to own is the controlling shares in the Davis Homestead Reserve LLC. This is an LLC that was set up by my grandmother. The property includes my great-grandfather's cabin, log cabin, that he built in 1905. And in fact, I looked at the possibility of having that cabin renovated rather than bringing out the trailer. But renovating that cabin is way too expensive. It has no running water into it. It has the electricity running into it is actually a fire hazard right now. You'd need to totally rewire the electricity. But I did look at that, and one of the things that they have out in the front yard is a hand pump well, because that's how they got their water, was from well water. The water I've got now was run in by from what we call town water. It was run in by the regular water utility, and running it in cost about $20,000 because this is out in the middle of nowhere. But I wanted the electricity. I wanted the regular water. Problem with well water out there is it's really full of iron. It's so full of iron that if you drink it untreated, you'll get diarrhea. I once was out there and I caught a catfish in the Cheyenne River. I brought it into and put it into a brand new garbage can, a big garbage can, filled it up with well water, dropped the fish into it. An hour later, the fish was dead because the iron had clogged up its gills. It was just floating at the top. I thought it was going to be fine. No. So you have to treat the water if you're going to get it out of the well. But there is one out there if I absolutely need it. If something happened to the town water, I could still have water. And it's not far from the Cheyenne River, which is, fresh water. You still have to treat it, but it's fresh water. Supercruise 63 says another big thing we did back then was hitchhike. Yes, you think it's illegal in most states. And Jeanette said, yes, hitchhiked pretty good too. Well, I'll tell you a story. This was when I was a little older. I was 19. I'll never forget this one. I was working at a boys' camp out near Brainerd, Minnesota, which is out in the land, as it turns out, of the land of 1,000 mosquito breeding grounds. And I was working in the kitchen, right? And this was a really, really high-end boys' camp. We had people whose kids' last names were Hershey, for example. Yes, that Hershey. Those were the people that would be out there, really spoiled rich kids. The first thing I did when I got there was they had us mowing the forest. Yeah, we mowed the forest so that these rich kids wouldn't have to deal with, actual outdoor stuff. Although there was one crazy guy who was a Vietnam vet, just the absolute stereotypical Vietnam vet, crazy Vietnam vet. And he decided one time that he was in charge of, I don't remember, sports or something like that. He decided he was going to take some of the older kids and go on a bivouac. So he actually took them off of the regular property out into where everything was growing naturally and made them wander around in there for about 2 hours, brought them back, and man, were they in bad shape. These were kids who were not even remotely used to anything like real outdoors. But what they would do with us is, we worked basically 3 weeks straight, and then we had, 1 weekend off or 2 days off during the week or something like that. So I would hitchhike in and out of Brainerd because there was no way I was going to stay there on my day off. So I would hitchhike. Hitchhiking wasn't totally gone by then, but it's on its way out. So what I did, because I could at that time do it, I would stand by the side of the road with a sign that said mostly harmless. And if you know the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you know where that comes from. I had a sign that I would stick in the ground that says mostly harmless, and I would sit there and juggle until somebody would stop and pick me up. That worked every single time. In fact, there was one woman I remember, I was at a crossroad. Somebody's going to turn onto the highway, and this woman stopped there and watched me juggling for a while before I said, yeah, hop in the car, I'm headed to Brainerd. And she said, yeah, I just wanted to watch you juggle. So, yeah, hitchhiking was something that we could do. You could do it in the cities. It was pretty, safe for the most part, pretty safe. As I got older, it was probably less and less safe. I wouldn't suggest it now. I do pick up hitchhikers from time to time. And I may have told this story before. Some of my my regular viewers probably heard the story. But I was hitchhiking back from Brainerd to the boys' camp one night, and there was a tornado warning issued. Tornado warning means that at that time meant that somewhere nearby a tornado had actually been sighted touching the ground. Actual, real, serious, real-life danger. And I'm out there by the side of the road hitchhiking and juggling, which is just the worst place to be. If a tornado comes by when you're by the side of the road, the only thing you can do is dive into the ditch, put your head between your legs, and kiss your butt goodbye, because that was probably going to be it for you. So I'm out there hitchhiking and hoping that nothing actually shows up. Guy stops, picks me up, took me all the way to the gates of the camp, which was actually out of the way. I usually would, say, okay, take me to this turnoff. I'll walk, hike the rest of the way in. A couple of miles, no big deal. But he took me all the way to the thing, and he told me this. He said that he had done it because it was his obligation, that for help he had once received, he must in turn to help 10 others, each of whom would then help 10 others, so that good deeds would spread out like ripples from a pebble in a pond. He told me that I was one of his 10, and now he passed the obligation on to me. And I know it sounds like something straight out of a kung fu episode, and in fact, that exact almost conversation occurs in an episode of Kung Fu, but this happened to me in real life. So from time to time, I do pick up hitchhikers if they don't look like they're, insane or something. I last did it with a pair of hippies. That was probably 10 years ago. I just didn't have occasion to pick them up. I don't drive a lot anymore. But I didn't even know hippies still existed, but these guys were clearly like hippies. Like, yo, man, mind if I borrow this thing, man? I'm kind of like wanting to, turn it into a pipe so that I can smoke some weed, man, But I picked them up, and I took them almost where they needed to go. They were another hour completely out of my way, and I didn't think I could do that because it was Thanksgiving or Christmas or something. I was on my way somewhere. But I did pick up them. They gave me a lot of hope, actually, because they were not into all the renewable energy fads that will not in any way cover the amount of energy that we need. They were into nuclear. Well, yay! Somebody who understands electric isn't going to do it. Solar isn't going to do it. Wind isn't going to do it. Nuclear is the way to go. So I was thrilled. Hippies that get nuclear. Hippies in 1969 would have been, no, man, no, we're not going to do any nuclear, man. They could blow up. But no, these hippies, they got it. They understood nuclear was the way to go. Anyway, as I say, my father did mention to me about how to tell the IQ of a group of boys, which was take the IQ of the dumbest group, a boy in the group, and then divide by the number of boys in that group, and you had the group's collective IQ, and that was probably accurate, given the way that my friends and I behaved, the stupid things that we did in our childhood. I will tell some more tales from Generation X as time goes on. I'll drop them during the live streams that I do. I have a million stories, as I'm sure my viewers do, and you've let me know some of them. I have one that I call the hydrochloric acid. God dang it, this damn thing is buzzing at me. It's probably going to buzz at me every single time we get about 15 minutes out from a midnight. But it really was a saga. It involves how my friend and I, because we were the bright ones, right? We were bright geeks. So we once stole a gallon of hydrochloric acid from one of the science rooms in our school. And it just started from there. So I will leave off the hydrochloric acid saga for some other time. Those are my tales from Generation X. If you have any others, feel free to throw them out. We were just the last feral generation, and I'm kind of proud of that. I always kind of tried to raise my kids as a little bit Generation X. When we lived at a nice 2,800 square foot home with a 2.3 acre country lot back when I was married and wasn't forced into destitution by family law, which is a whole other problem. We had, the kids would be, it would always be the same thing. If they said they were bored, I would say 2.3 acres outside, go out and play. We didn't force them to stay out, but that was always my answer. 2.3 acres outside. My kids, there were, non-venomous snakes or anything out there. So I'll never forget my older kid coming in one day with a pair of, snakes flailing about, one in each hand because she'd picked up a couple of garter snakes by the tail. Jeanette said, D&D started when I was a kid. My brother made me play. Oh, God, yeah, D&D. That got really big for me during junior high school. Man, I never really played D&D. I played other role-playing games that tended to involve Star Trek, some of the early Star Trek ones. I predated the FASA ones by a number of years. There were others that came before it, but did play some of the FASA ones later. In fact, I never forget, I was, some of my regular viewers know, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I was once an actor, and I was doing a dinner theater program one night, and a bunch of my friends had come over, and then wasn't exactly a backstage area. The dinner theater was at a kind of a pub, with a stage area that we set up, and backstage behind what was backstage was just a room. And a bunch of my buddies went there, and we started playing one of the FASA role-playing games. And I'd go out on stage, do my thing, then come back and work on the game. And then when it was time to be back on stage, I'd do that, and then I'd come back and do that sort of thing. But yeah, D&D, man, oh, did that get big. Sorry about this. I'm going to turn on my fan. Hopefully this won't cause any sound problems on my microphone, as it sometimes does. But I got to turn my fan on. As I say, I always tell people about my theatricality. I am a genuine guy. What you see here is what you're getting. There are a lot of YouTubers who are just playing a character. And at some point in my one show, the one where I just cover stuff, I'm going to do an entire episode about how most YouTubers are just playing a character. I am actually very genuine, but there is some level of theatricality going on. I have a pair of lights at 45-degree angles to me, a ring light above me that is that's my key light. I have a camera that is not pointed straight at my face. Straight at my face would be this way. The camera is actually pointed up there on purpose. It has a slimming effect on me. I learned this not just by YouTubers who are male, mostly by female YouTubers. If you ever watch female YouTubers, a huge percentage of them who are good looking will wear very low-cut tops. And by putting the camera at an angle up, it lets you see farther down their cleavage. This is an intentional choice by them. For me, it's an intentional choice to look a little bit slimmer. I am losing weight. This is my XL version of this vest, and I've now got a lot more space in it than I used to. I'm going to have to buy a new large version of the vest when I get down. I've dropped about 20 pounds. But when I get down to a little lower, I'm going to have to get a large version of the vest. I could actually wear it now, except that I've worn it so much that it's a little ragged and stuff. And I don't want to buy it now because I'm still losing weight, and I could very well end up, my target weight is 165. I'm about 185 now. So when I get down that far, I'm going to have to resize everything. So, hey, Alexa, nice to see you. Alexa's one of my favorite people. I watched her videos when she was first starting out doing reactions. She's a great reactor, also someone who is genuine, I might add. So do catch her. Alexa says, just dropping by briefly to say Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too as well. I will say I'm also on one of the YouTubers is not playing a character as well. Yes, absolutely. She is absolutely one of those. And congratulations on the weight loss. You look great. Thank you. I'm continuing to do it. So I know you've had some health issues recently, Alexa. I certainly hope that you're feeling better. But I certainly say to all my viewers, go and watch Alexa. She is 100% genuine. She's not playing a character like a lot of people. She does reaction videos, and one of the ways you can tell a reactor who is playing a character is that they love everything. Even stuff that sucks, they're going to find something where they can be upbeat and happy about it and all that stuff and smiling even when it's it's terrible. But that's one of the ways you can tell an actual good somebody who knows what they're doing. I mentioned, Alexa, if you want to stay around for another 9 minutes or almost 8, I am going to have, I'm being here in this chair for 5 hours. I'm going to go through every single time zone in the continental U.S. I'm going to have some fireworks displays at midnight for Eastern, Central, and the Mountain time zones. And I think, if I remember right, you're out in Pacific time zone, I think. I have something really special planned for the Pacific time zone one. It's not fireworks. It is a very special presentation that I am extremely fond of, and I will sit and jabber about prior to my actually doing it. It is really great, and if you got the time to watch it, come back at midnight in Pacific time zone, and you'll really get a treat. Star Siege player, hey, nice to see you. Hi, everyone. Happy New Year. I had to sleep early, but hope you have a fantastic night. Well, thank you very much, Star Siege player. I certainly will attempt to do so. I have some planned stuff, a couple of which I've already gone over, but I have a couple of reviews to do yet tonight. If you wait, like I said, about another, 7 minutes now, I've got a fireworks display coming up for the Eastern time zone. Alexa says, beautiful snowy background. Yes, I'm out in Pacific, but I'm old and have to go to bed early. You and me both. For me, this is 3 a.m. that I'm going to be staying up for. And I have lower back arthritis. So as I've said to my other viewers, I'm going to have some, I'm definitely going to have to take breaks. I am getting physical therapy for it, so, it helps. But I'm going to have to take breaks, I'm sure. And I've got some special stuff lined up to show you during time periods when I have to take breaks. Thank you about the beautiful snowy background. This is not where I'm at. As I mentioned, people, I always tell people when I'm being theatrical, there is something of a theatrical nature to a lot of people on YouTube. Even though I am a genuine person, this is a green screen. And what you're seeing behind me is a background that I found and was able to upscale to 4K and 60 frames per second, although you're only seeing it in 1080p because that's what I can broadcast at. And I just loop it. I was telling everybody else that by this time next year, I actually will be living in a place. Not a log cabin like this, but someplace similar. I am finally buying out the remainder of my family ranch land. I'm putting in a single wide trailer out there. And by this time next year, that's where I'll be doing this from. Supercrew63 says, yes, you still live in the People's Republic of California, the American PRC. I'm sorry to hear that. No, I have not been there for more than 10. It's probably closer to 20 years. I haven't been there in a long, long time. And that's for two reasons. One of which is on my honeymoon in the early 1990s. I have some really, really fond memories of that. We went out to the, California. We started out in San Francisco, went down to San Diego, went back up to Los Angeles, then out to Yosemite National Park, and then finally back to San Francisco. And I have some very, very fond memories of that, although the interesting thing was, stupid people from the Midwest, we did not realize there's not that much to see in Los Angeles. I was living in Chicago at the time, and we kind of figured, okay, a big city is going to be like Chicago. Not really, no. We spent one night in San Diego and 3 in Los Angeles, and realized that we should have done it the other way around. There's just not that much to see. Alexa says Yosemite is so lovely. I used to go out there to paint. Yeah, it's very nice. No question about it. Yosemite's great, and of course, being the geek that I am, I remember it as the mountain that James Kirk attempted to free climb in Star Trek V, which is another bit of an anecdote. At the time, 1989, I was too young to, I knew that Shatner was really, too overweight to be doing a free climb of a mountain like that, no equipment whatsoever. I knew he was a little too overweight, but you kind of overlooked that. But my father, who was about 50 at the time, which is the age of James Kirk in that movie, he said that, that's just wrong. There's things you can't physically do at 50. Trust me, I'm that age. And then when I turned 50, I totally understood. And my dad said he thought that the best way that they should have done that opening scene was do it the same way with Kirk climbing, but don't give any clues as to how high he is. Just show, medium and close-ups of him climbing up this thing, and then have him slipping and falling, no Spock around, slipping and falling and dropping about 30 feet and hitting the ground. And then saying to McCoy, Bones, I don't think I'm as young as I think I am. Because when I turned 50, that's kind of what happened. It became, I don't think I'm as young as I think I am. The whole notion of James Kirk free climbing El Capitan just really hits home when you hit the age of 50. You just go, no, that's not happening. You have too many little aches and pains that come up. You're not in prime physical condition anymore. It doesn't matter how well you keep yourself in shape. There is no way you're going to climb El Capitan with absolutely no equipment whatsoever. Alexa says, yes, you'd like that rewrite. Yes, so would I. I know Alexa has said that she... I started watching Alexa because she's a big Star Trek fan and had not watched Star Trek VI, even despite it being out for decades by the point in time she did. So I started watching her when she watched Star Trek VI. And she mentioned that Star Trek V is one of her favorite movies, which, for most Star Trek fans, that's not the case. I think there's parts of it that are really good. The parts where, they're doing the campfire scenes, I think those are great. But some others of it, not so much. But yeah, the whole notion of, dropping down, trying to free climb El Cap, that's nonsense. But doing a rewrite where he just drops 30 feet and goes, Bones, I don't think I'm as young as I think I am. That would be something that when I was age 50 and when my dad was 50, we would both have, really appreciated. That you just can't do it. So let's see, it's 11:58. I should get ready to click on my fireworks for East Coast so that I'm ready there. So yeah, we're getting up on it. For those of you who came in a little bit later, I upgraded from last year or the year before. I don't remember when I did a live stream for New Year's Eve last. The last time I did it, I used Everclear because it was the only thing I had in the house. This time, I have chosen a juice box of Sutter Home Cabernet Sauvignon, which has got to be just, the best thing in the universe. And we're coming up here on midnight in the Eastern time zone. So yes, there'll be fireworks. There will be definitely be science fiction related fireworks. So we're getting up to, on my clock, about 20 seconds. So I will do a bit of a countdown from 10. You open the Cormel Brew tonight. Well, that's better than this is. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, Happy New Year on the East Coast. Let me see what this tastes like. Yeah, it's pretty much swill. So here's our good East Coast fireworks. So Happy New Year on the East Coast. To answer a couple of questions, Jeanette, that is not a real bridge, and the Avengers theme does go very well with it. I thank you very much for the fireworks, but don't thank me. What you're looking at and what you'll be seeing in all the fireworks displays are things that people on YouTube have done themselves. There is a program called Fireworks Simulator. That bridge does not really exist. None of that really exists. Those are simulated fireworks that were put to that music on purpose. All of the fireworks displays that I've got, both for Central and Mountain Time Zone, have the same thing. The only thing that I've done with those is that I have upscaled them to 4K and 60 frames per second. But you don't get the 4K because I'm only broadcasting at 1080p. But you do get the 60 frames per second. I'm not going to post them on my Darkroom account because I have not yet gotten permission. I can't even get in touch with the people who originally made them. Some of those are years old. The going to the music is intentional. Green being for the Hulk, yeah, sure. I'm sure that's intentional. You can see the originals of those fireworks displays if you want to. They're linked to in my description box, as well as the channel for the people who made them, because they don't just make those fireworks. They've made lots and lots of others. So this is not something I can do. I looked at Fireworks Simulator just long enough to know that I would be spending decades just learning how to do it. So I am stealing from other people, but again, crediting them because they've done an extraordinary job, in my opinion. Well, Marshall Presnell is here. Thank you for showing up at the Mugatu. Glad you showed up as a stand-in or not, but hope you didn't miss the East Coast fireworks that I just showed. If you did, I am gone crazy, and I've decided to do an entire 5 hours in this chair. I'll be doing fireworks displays both for Central Time Zone and Mountain Time Zone, and for Pacific Time Zone, it's not fireworks. It is something much, much cooler. So if you can wait around until midnight in Pacific Time Zone, that is a serious treat. And I will go on at some length about exactly how cool that is when the time comes. So let's see. Star Siege Player says, simulated fireworks won't scare pets. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you're going to go to sleep? Well, good night, Star Siege Player. Have a good 2024. Alexa says, thank you for the fireworks. Hope you have a great new year. Hope you do too as well, Alexa. Again, anytime you want to pop in, and if you want to take a look at the stream afterwards when you have time, you'll see what I mean about this very special celebration on the Pacific Time Zone. I put it there because it's last. I'm going to be dying from my lower back, so I'll just make it the last thing in the show. Gone crazy. My tenses are a bit off. Yes. Yeah, 5 hours in the chair is not something I've done in quite some time, and I am getting my physical therapy now for my lower back, and it's helping quite a lot. In fact, the way I've been sitting here right now, I haven't been feeling any pain whatsoever, which after an hour is pretty good for me. We'll wait and see what it feels like at 3 a.m. locally, but that's what it is right now. Let me change the clock on the wall so that I can change it to Central Time. So I've got a countdown for Central. Okay, I've got this cool Central Time, US, okay. I've got this cool big clock sitting up in part of my 42-inch monitor so that I know exactly what time it is. Marshall says, love the green screen. Very, very nice. Thank you, Marshall. And Alexa says you'll check out the stream tomorrow. See what the Pacific Time Zone was. Hope my back holds up. And good night. Yes, good night, Alexa. Great to see you here. Thank you so much for showing up. Again, Alexa's one of my favorite people, one of my favorite YouTube reactors. Go over to her channel. And take a look at all the stuff she's watching. She's watching some very cool stuff, some very classic science fiction, some new stuff. It's really good. She's reacting to a lot of fun stuff. So have a look at her channel. Yeah, Marshall, the green screen is two things. When my mother passed away, I was left with a very generous inheritance, which allowed me to completely replace my green screen. That thing had been so tight on me. Now I've got a green screen that goes a nice distance around me. I can go forwards and back in my chair. I don't have to worry about it being off camera. So yeah, the actual image being displayed on there is something that I picked up from YouTube. Upscaled it to 4K and 60 frames per second, but you don't see the 60 frames per second because the 4K because I'm only doing 1080p. So in any case, if you like that fireworks, if you like any of the other fireworks I'm doing, check them out. They're in my lower description box. You'll see, the fireworks and what they originally looked like. They were all upscaled, and what they originally looked like, and who the people are that actually did them. Because they deserve the credit for it, not me. I'm just showing them. Let's see. You just subbed to Alexa Super Cruise 63. Awesome. She's really good. She's really good. I'll tell you something that she's mentioned in earlier stuff. Alexa is a former nun, which is really interesting. She's into things like, wine tasting and some of the finer things in life. So it's kind of interesting to watch her with all of those things known. She doesn't make a secret of it or anything. She mentioned it once or twice in some of her reactions. But she's reacted to Space 1999, which is a kick to watch. There's a show that while the stories were hit and miss, it's still a show that has had a lasting impact, if for no other reason than that was the greatest special effects to come out prior to Star Wars, and some of the people who worked on Star Wars also worked on Space 1999. And she's watching a lot of other things as well. So as I wait another 50-ish minutes for the Central Time Zone stuff, let me do a little review that I mentioned I was going to do for my Timeless Odyssey show. But I thought, if I'm going to try to stuff 5 hours worth of content into something, in addition to relying on you, my viewers, to provide me with things to talk about, which you've done a great job so far. I could have never gotten through that hour just based on what I've got. I did want to review a nifty little film, at least I think it is, called UFO from 2018, I believe. UFO is kind of interesting. By the way, if the background bridge sounds are too much, let me know. I think I've got them set low enough so that they're not going to be problematic. By the way, this is also something that I have looping, and it is going at, I got it upscaled to 4K and 60 frames per second, although again, you're only seeing 1080p. Anyway, I caught this one because I had said in the past, in my last Where the Hell Am I Going With My Show video, that in my opinion, all of the great things that we used to think were great are just now dead. They have been sacrificed at the altar of wokeness. Star Wars is dead. Star Trek is dead. Doctor Who, which I have a review of later on. It'll be the last Doctor Who I ever do. Doctor Who is dead. Indiana Jones is dead. You name it, they have all been killed and laid at the altar of wokeness. I can no longer stand to watch any of them. Marshall says, UFO, not a bad flick, not a great flick, but it does make you think. You need to review First Signal. Haven't heard of that one. I actually do know what I'm going to review next, but I saw this one and was rather surprised by it. Yeah, Superguru63 says Space 1999, made by the people that did Thunderbirds, Argo, and UFO, and the Andersons. Yes, absolutely. The Andersons' first live-action show. They had previously been doing nothing but super marionation, which was essentially puppets, but pretty good stuff, regardless. Except for UFO. I'm sorry, I should say UFO was their first live-action. And at one point, they had thought about pitching Space 1999 as a sequel to UFO. That wasn't what it really was, but they thought about pitching it that way for a while. So kind of getting back to the Geekin New Year part of this, I'm going to do a little review of UFO from 2018. Obviously, spoilers involved. I didn't take the time to make up my big spoiler alert stuff, but clearly there's going to be spoilers involved. The movie is currently free with ads on YouTube. There's a link to it in my description box. Do feel free to go and watch that if you feel like watching it. UFO is billed as starring Gillian Anderson from The X-Files, but as is the case with a lot of indie films, she doesn't actually appear in that much of it. She is a supporting character. The actual star is Alex Sharp, who plays a college student named Derek Echeverro, I believe is how it's pronounced. Now, the plot for UFO is actually very simple. Derek believes that when he was a young boy, he saw a UFO. And as a college student, he then, there's a UFO incident at the Cincinnati International Airport in 2017 that motivates him to prove that the existence of UFOs are extraterrestrial in origin. And by the way, I will mention to you that I'm always thrilled when these indie companies and indie film companies don't base their movies in Los Angeles. We have too many movies that are based in Los Angeles. We need them taking place somewhere else. You know, one of the reasons that I like watching, I've watched a lot of the Murdoch mysteries, right, is because it actually takes place in Toronto. You know, it's not shot in Toronto and takes place, the setting is somewhere else. It's actually Toronto. You know, we need more movies like that. I want somebody to come out and make a movie that's, you know, in Omaha, Nebraska, or in this case, Cincinnati. The last time we saw something in Cincinnati was what? WKRP in Cincinnati, you know, way back in the 70s, 80s. So thank you guys for making something that takes place other than, you know, in Los Angeles. Tree 3 Climber says, just watched UFO and enjoyed it. Yes, I'll mention why I enjoyed it. But anyway, the plot. Derek is then seeking assistance for figuring all this out from his girlfriend. Marshall says, I swear to God, I thought turkeys could fly. And if you know WKRP, that's one of the funniest lines ever said. But Derek seeks assistance from his girlfriend, Natalie, played by Ella Purnell, whom fans may recognize when I looked at her IMDb. She's done a lot of voices for Star Trek Prodigy. I don't recognize her from that because I don't watch any of the garbage that has that hack fraud Alex Kurtzman's name on it. But Derek also seeks help from his higher mathematics. What math it is isn't quite ever explained. I'm sure if you were more into math as part of what you do, you'd know exactly what it was, but it's some higher mathematics. His professor, Dr. Hendricks, who is played by Gillian Anderson. Now, mathematics is actually the real star of this film. Via a combination of calculations and social engineering, Derek is able to crack an obscure signal sent by the aliens in their brief appearance over the Cincinnati International Airport. But along the way, Derek's obsession with cracking this code leads him to let his studies slide. He alienates all his friends, and he finds Dr. Hendricks not particularly responsive when he goes to her with the problem. She plays a jaded, kind of middle-aged professor who believes that any major contributions she may have made to science are long behind her, and tells Derek, you know, you may never figure this out. This is not something you can sit here and obsess over. The best you can do is leave it alone for a while, and maybe it'll come to you eventually. However, it is her who comes up with the final missing piece of the puzzle. And this is where Gillian Anderson shows how she's a good actress, because, you know, most of the time you just don't see much of her. She's being a teacher. She's telling Derek, and, you know, you're screwing up. You got to do your work. And when he comes to her for advice in the middle of the night, she's like, this is all okay. I see where you're going with this, but you're just not going to do it. You know, it's not going to happen for you. But then the light bulb goes on over her head, and she says, you know, right pointedly to him when she figures it out in the middle of the class, that could be significant, couldn't it, Derek? It could be significant, Derek. And clearly has this epiphany that, my God, I've just come up with the answer to this problem. And so it's pretty cool. Marshall says the math is tensor equations. At least that's how it's portrayed, even though the equations didn't make much sense. Well, admittedly, I did not follow all the math. I could follow some of it. I could follow some of the principles that they were using behind it. But I'm not that far into mathematics to know for sure, you know, whether what they were doing made a lot of sense. Aside from the fact that, you know, when like Derek was calculating where the UFO should have been located versus where the government was saying it was located, I was like, okay, yeah, that all makes perfect sense. You know, frequencies that the UFO was using, that made sense to me to some extent. Parallel to all of this going on with Derek is an FBI agent, Frank Alls, who's played by David Strathairn. I hope I'm pronouncing his name out. Fans probably remember him as the Belter commander, Claes Ashford in The Expanse. But he has an impressive number of film credits, 139 film credits, acting credits dating him all the way back to 1964. He's got 3 more in post right now. He was nominated for an Oscar in 2006 for Good Night and Good Luck, and has a rather impressive 13 wins and 46 nominations for various other projects and things. He's an extremely popular character actor. He's a face that you will recognize even if you don't know his name. Now, FBI agent Alls is also seeking how to crack this message left by the UFO, though with far more resources behind him than Derek has, but oddly enough with less success than Derek. Derek is just absolutely, obsessing over the whole thing. In fact, at one point, the FBI starts to monitor his progress because they realize he's making actual real progress where maybe they aren't. And in fact, when he finally figures it out, what the message ultimately is where the UFO is going to appear next. And when Derek figures it out, in the last second, of course, he figures it out just in time to get in a car and drive there. The FBI show up a couple of minutes later. They were actually behind him on figuring it out. They probably looked at what he suddenly realized and went to follow him. Refreshingly, my mouth is getting dry, excuse me. This film avoids the incredibly overused trope of a government entity intent on, grabbing and weaponizing the aliens while simultaneously killing off anybody who gets in the way. Agent Alls is looking for exactly the same answers as Derek, and for basically the same reasons. They're not working against each other. They happen to have parallel stories, and Derek is the one who gets to the finish line first. When they finally catch up to this UFO and its next sighting, All then takes Derek into his confidence and shows him that it then transmitted a second message. Now, the first message was in a two-dimensional, sort of thing. You could map it out on a two-dimensional piece of paper. Alls shows him that the second message is three-dimensional. It is a cube and is massively more complex. The first message was just to say, okay, here's where we're going to be next time. Let's see if you can figure that out. They figured it out, so there's another message sent, just a massive, incredibly complex message. And, Derek says, geez, how is this, how long is it going to take you to do this? And he said, well, could be years or maybe months with you helping us. So we go out with the notion that, basically Derek is going to go help the FBI try to figure out this problem. And the FBI is not sitting there trying to do mean, nasty, awful things. They are simply looking for the answers, the same as Derek, and he happens to be one step ahead of them. And they're using him, no question about that, but they're not like going in and trying to stop him. They're realizing, hey, wait a minute, this kid's onto something. We need to pay attention to him. They're not, it's not something where he has to go to them and scream, I've got the answer. Oh, go away, kid. Or, this kid's getting too close to the answer. We got to do something about it. Nothing like that at all. There are no mustache twirling villains. There are no men in black trying to get in the way of solving the problem. There is no real traditional external antagonist at all. Climber Tree says, the actor was he was CIA director in The Bourne Identity. Yeah, he did a whole bunch of stuff like that. He has so many credits. Again, he's an actor. If you don't know his name, you've seen his face. He's a character actor who's been around since 1964. If you don't know his name, you've seen his face. Marshall says, I did like the plot twist that we didn't know the position on the universal constant. On the universal constant to the left, we could decode the message, and that was wickedly good. Yes, to the point where we could decode. Yeah, that's what I really liked about this movie. The antagonist really is the mathematics itself, and the effect that it then has Derek on Derek and those around them. Now, there is no real resolution as to who the aliens are, nor where they came from. This isn't Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's not E.T. It's not like any modern alien encounter story. The alien spaceship only appears long enough to emit a message and then disappears. We as viewers only get brief glimpses of it. The second sighting, the big one that Derek has been working for, the camera shows it so that he is clearly seeing it, takes out his camera to take a picture, and then goes to it for us, and we see it only for just a fraction of a second before it goes away. And that's fine. It works perfectly in a movie like this. In drama, in general, there are three traditional types of stories: man versus man, man versus nature, and man versus himself. And UFO is a story of man versus himself in the form of Derek and how his obsession in cracking the message impacts himself and those around him. Now, a lot of critics have given this film lukewarm or even bad reviews, and I think that's because they don't know anything about math. This film tickles my brain the same way that The Expanse tickled my brain, because it uses real math, even though, as Marshall says, it may not make a whole lot of sense. But as he says, the universal constant being a big deal, when Dr. Hendricks realizes that the common distance denominator that Derek's been searching for is the 21 centimeter hydrogen line, I just about, oh God, that's an incredible idea. Why have I not thought of that before? It's that kind of movie that keeps a smart person who knows a little bit about math kind of on the edge of your seat, because you're like, okay, I can kind of figure this out. I can kind of follow what they're doing. I don't really understand the math, but I can see what they're going with, and it makes sense. And this kid's getting really, just absolutely obsessed with it. And it's the sort of thing where it makes sense. Tree Three Climber says, enjoyed the movie? Quite surprised. Yeah. It's I just ran across this one. Just totally ran across it by accident on YouTube. Saw that Gillian Anderson was in it, and I went, well, that's kind of strange. She kind of said that she was never going to do any more, sci-fi. So I watched it and I went, oh God, this is great. Marshall says the critics have also hate Contact because they were too dumb to understand it. Yeah, people who could understand the concept generally liked it. It worked on that one. Yeah, and for me, it's the same reason here. And by the way, if you don't know, the 21 centimeter hydrogen line is basically background radiation left over from the Big Bang. It is everywhere in the universe, so it makes perfect sense that it would be the key to some type of universal measurement. So if you're looking for action, UFO isn't for you. If you're looking for aliens, then UFO isn't for you. If you're looking for a lot of pew-pew and stuff like that, UFO is not for you. But if you're looking for a relatable college student banging his head against the wall over math and just alienating everybody in the process, then UFO is definitely for you. As a hard science fiction film, and by that I mean there's basically two kinds of science fiction. Hard science fiction, which tries to take into account real science as much as possible. And then there's soft science fiction that doesn't so much. If you're going to classify Star Wars as science fiction, Star Wars is definitely soft science fiction. It's also space opera and stuff like that. Whole other kind of stuff. But this is a hard science fiction thing, much like, The Expanse was hard science fiction. But I don't think it's hard science fiction, and particularly an indie film. I don't think there's anything bad about this. In fact, I think, Ryan Esslinger, who wrote and directed it, I think the direction is perfectly fine. There was nothing ever that jumped out at me as being bad. And in point of fact, at the end, where you're just going, okay, we're going to see the aliens. Finally, we're going to see the aliens. And Derek pulls up, stops his car, gets out, takes out his phone. We can see that he's seeing the damn aliens, but we don't see them. And just the flicker for a moment, that's all we needed. And I thought that bit of direction was really, really good. Marcia says, almost everywhere you see hydrogen. Interesting things on the horizon on that front coming up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, UFO was a scientific drama more than sci-fi. Yeah. But it still tickled my brain, the same way that The Expanse did. The only thing, and this is just a minor quibble, that you might have was Alex Sharp's casting. He was 29 when this film was shot. Looks a little bit too old to be a college student. However, as the story progresses and he becomes more and more obsessed with this, the bags under his eyes make more sense, because here's a kid who has been spending night and day trying to figure it out, completely obsessed, just alienating all of his friends, not showing up to labs. That one of his friends has to get something done so she can get into a good doctoral program, and he blows her off completely, doesn't care at all. Alienates everybody, and it just makes sense after a while because he's just totally focused on this one thing. Again, it is a man versus himself kind of story. So as a hard science indie film, as again, it's low budget. This is not something where you're going to have a huge budget. I don't know what it cost. I didn't look it up. I would certainly give this an 8 out of a 10. If you just have to go into it knowing that you are not going to get the answers at the back of the book. You're just not going to. This is a story about science and math and what it does to the people who are trying to fix it. And again, I really liked that it did not take place in Los Angeles. It was set somewhere else, thank God. And it did not use this trope of the government trying to get in the way. It had the government on a parallel journey to Derek, and eventually realizing, hey, wait a minute, I think this kid may be onto something. We should pay attention to him. Not bring him into the fold until the very end, but, start paying attention to what he's doing. Yeah, they have him, being bugged and stuff like that. But that too is used as a way for him to have alienated one of his friends. His roommate is a big stoner. And at one point, Derek comes in, realizes that his computer's been tampered with, calls campus police, and they show up and find his roommate's weed. So again, alienating one of his friends with his total obsession on trying to get this taken care of. Marshall says, actually, you get the better response. You're asking the right questions. The answer is not relevant. Very hard concept for most to grasp. Yes, that's just exactly right. It's why I don't think reviewers rate this as highly as it should. This is something where they probably expect to see the answer. What are the aliens? What's this? What's that? No, that's not what it's about. It's about a guy, very smart guy, who is, it is man versus himself. How he gets himself totally engrossed in this one thing, screws up his studies, alienates everybody around him, and the only good thing at the end is there's a redeemable thing because the FBI agent says, hey, it's going to take us forever, but maybe if you come on board, we will be able to get this taken care of earlier. So that's very cool, and I like that very much. So again, solid 8 out of 10. I have rewatched the movie. I always watch something I'm going to review at least twice. But this is a movie I can go back and rewatch. Absolutely. I could go back and rewatch it right now and still have a good time. It's just that sort of tickle your brain kind of science fiction. So for my next review, this is another one that I just accidentally ran across. It is another low-budget film, only this time it is about a homicide detective who keeps getting phone calls from his beloved niece several days before she was murdered. So go out and stream yourself a copy of 2019's Don't Let Go, because that's the next one I'm going to do. It's a really kind of interesting movie. It is not time travel. It is, if you could stop this murder, how would you do it? And it goes from there. The biggest name in it is Alfred Molina, although if you haven't seen him lately, you might not recognize who he is. But again, a relatively small indie movie, but very, very good. Certainly don't go to any, perfectly legitimate Russian streaming sites to find it the way I accidentally ran across it. So that's most of that I've got for that review. I've got another one for the most recent Doctor Who that I'm going to save for the time period between Central and Mountain time zones fireworks. Pardon me. Excuse me. For those that haven't seen, I upgraded my booze from last year. I mean, I guess it's an upgrade. Last year or the year before, whenever I did one of these last, the only thing that I had in the house was Everclear. So I went out and I splurged, and I got myself a juice box of Sutter Home Cabernet Sauvignon, wine in a juice box. And I have tasted it once just before we did the Eastern Time Zone fireworks. Yeah, it's still pretty much swill. As Steve Martin once said about sparkling muscatel in the Muppet movie, one of the finest wines of Idaho, And you want to smell the bottle cap? Any wine that comes in a juice box, man, that's the wine for me. So that's my review of UFO. Go and watch it. It's on YouTube right now with commercials. Go and watch the thing. I think it's a solid 8 out of 10. Again, as long as you're not looking for a lot of pew pew and action and government agents trying to make things awful, it is a good low budget movie that's a man versus himself film. It's really good. So, you're not going to say anything. A silence will fall before you will say anything. Wine in a box, yes. Well, it's not even wine in a box, right? I mean, when I was in college, I had, wine in a big box. This is wine in a juice box, man. It's just awful. Super Cruise 63 says, have you seen the Godzilla -1 yet? If not, I recommend it. Typical overacting, but great story and good special effects. I haven't yet seen it. I will definitely take a look at it now that you have mentioned it. As I've said in Where's My Channel Going video, I'm not going to bother reviewing other, popular stuff anymore. It's all woke and it sucks. I can't do it. It's terrible, and I don't like watching it. I don't like having to talk about it. I'm going to do it tonight for Doctor Who after the Central Time Zone fireworks for the Christmas special. But that'll be the last time. I'm never going to review another Doctor Who unless I hear that something has radically changed. I'm never even going to watch another Doctor Who. It's going to fall into the same black hole as Star Trek, Star Wars, and the MCU. Just totally ruined. There is no point. I know in advance that I'm not going to like it, or I'm going to find things about it that are distasteful. I am not going to waste my time anymore. There will be nothing on the high seas, no perfectly valid Russian streaming services, nothing. I'm not watching it. I mean, even Rick and Morty. I love Rick and Morty. I think that's a really good show that actually does alternate universe as well, or at least it did until season 7 came around, and they lost half of their creative team, got poached by Marvel for their alternate universe thing, and that's not being done very well. And now that their lead actor for that's been found guilty and fired by Marvel, I'm not quite sure what the hell they're going to do. But in any case, they tried to poach some of the creative team for Rick and Morty, and now neither of them is doing alternate universe stuff very well. And the creators no longer even have a created by credit up front. They get a created by credit as the last card in the credits. I think Rick and Morty's gone. So there's so little that's any good worth watching now. I'm going for small indie stuff like UFO, like the next one I'm going to do, Don't Let Go. And in fact, because of Don't Let Go, I went down a rabbit hole of probably the next two movies that I'm going to review. Because when I was doing research behind Don't Let Go, I discovered that there's a Korean film, South Korean film, with a very similar plot device behind it. And I thought, well, geez, I wonder if, because it came earlier, I wondered, okay, did Don't Let Go steal from them? So I watched that one without any subtitles, I might add. It is. It's really interesting watching a science fiction movie with no subtitles, other than the general gist of it, so that you can do it. It's also a much bigger budget movie than Don't Let Go. And then I found out that there was a 2000 movie with Randy Quaid with a very similar plot device. So then I went and watched that. So, it's like everything else, man. There's just so little that's actually original. I wouldn't say necessarily that those films are ripping each other off. They simply have a very similar, plot device, receiving messages from the past so that you can alter events to come out differently. But, I went down this rabbit hole. So now I've seen 3 of these, and I'll probably end up reviewing them all. Let's see. Super Cruise 63 says it's done in Japanese with subtitles and no woke. Godzilla -1. Well, if it's no woke, it's already head and shoulders above anything else that modern studios are producing. They cannot do it. They cannot stop themselves from promoting the message over, good storytelling. I mean, it just amazes me. That whole thing with Snow White. My God, here is the movie, Snow White, the very first animated, full-length animated movie, the one that made Disney. And they were screwing it up, just screwing it up right and left until the set photos got out and discovered that there were no dwarves involved. And apparently they've had to go back and do a whole bunch of reshooting because now they've had a picture come out of Snow White with dwarves who are obviously very bad CGI. You guys couldn't go out and hire actual little people? I mean, how many jobs do you think little people actually get? You couldn't? You had to CGI them in, and at the last minute, now you're going to have to go back and do reshoots because your lead actress was a complete jerk about the whole thing in public, and then people found out that, wait a minute, what you're doing isn't even really Snow White anyway. Snow White in name only. And then, just for kicks, next year also, the what is it, Ben Shapiro's company is coming out with a Snow White. And that's going to be much closer to the actual legend. These guys can't do it. They can't do it. They can't make something good. They can't just go for entertaining. They have to go for the message. Marshall says, I've been binge watching films from the Asylum. God-awful effects. They have a big problem with gravity. Typically bad acting, but occasionally they have a good non-woke story. And Super Cruise 63 says, Asylum, the king of the blockbuster copycats. They actually call those mockbusters. But you do like watching this stuff, yes. Tree 3 Climber says he's been watching Russian movies without subtitles. Yes, definitely challenging. The interesting thing about the Asylum is that they went through 3 phases that I can tell. They went through the incredibly bad phase, to the, hey, wait a minute, we made some money on those, we can afford to spend a bigger budget, to the middling phase where, not so great, to a phase where they were actually making decent low-budget movies. I mean, they're not incredible, but they're decent low-budget movies. If you watch their version of War of the Worlds, it's way more engaging than the War of the Worlds that came out at the same time with, starring Tom Cruise. It's way more engaging. There's not the big fancy special effects. It is more a story about a man, almost a man versus nature story, and how he's trying to get to see his family after these aliens invade and all that. And it's not a bad movie. The sequel to it, War of the Worlds 2, that was bad. That was bad. But the first one, Asylum's first War of the Worlds, isn't a bad movie. Maybe I'll review that sometime because it's not terrible. Tree 3 Climber says, midgets in Hollywood have quite a short career. Yeah. I mean, you had to CGI them in. Really. I understand where Disney said, oh, God, this movie's going to bomb. the movie that's based around, that's a live action version of the film that made the studio, is going to crash and burn along with everything else we made in 2023. We better go back and do reshoots so it's more like what the audience expects and not subversion in stupid woke ways. And when they did it, they let out this one picture with dwarves that are obviously very bad CGI. Like, you couldn't just hire little people. Come on, man. You know, how stupid is that? And they also looked like, the CGI versions also looked very much like the versions in the animated Snow White. And if you're going to do a live action Snow White, just hire little people and do makeup on them so that the same thing comes across. You know, you got Doc, Grumpy, etc. You can do makeup for them that's going to make the same thing come across. You don't have to do stupid CGI that looks exactly. I mean, they've got one in there. I was stunned that they had one that looked like Dopey. I mean, there was a character I was like, okay, how you going to woke your way around Dopey, right? He's stupid. You know, how are you going to woke your way around that? But the CGI picture that they let out even has a character that looks like Dopey from the original film. I don't know. Disney is so stupid. I cannot figure out why. You know, all they're doing right now under the Disney name is live action remakes. And they're not very good. You know, why are you doing live action remakes of stuff you've already done? Next thing you know, these guys will be remaking Herbie the Love Bug. You know, you got to come up with something that's actually original. Disney was at one time in a very, very bad place economically. It's why we got Who Framed Roger Rabbit and all of the animated characters that we saw there. Because Disney was in real bad trouble economically. But then they had The Little Mermaid, something totally original. And it pulled them completely out. They made a number of really good animated movies that were totally original. And now all they can do is poor remakes of live-action remakes. And I tell you, you know, when you do live-action remakes that include a lot of CGI, one thing I've learned on my second channel, the Tales from SYL Ranch Darkroom, it is linked to in my description box below. One of the things that I've learned in doing that is when you upscale those, when you bring them from their original resolution to a much higher one, CGI looks more like CGI and models look more like models. So if you're going to CGI something like The Lion King, if you're going to do CGI lions, they're going to look okay right now. But 10 or 15 years down the line, to an audience whose eyes are now accustomed to 4K or 8K or 16K, it's going to look like CGI. You know, there's when you shoot something at a specific resolution, it's always going to be at that resolution. And the best you can do is what I do, which is take AI software and upscale it to the best of my ability. But even then, as I say, CGI tends to look more like CGI and models tend to look more like models. What works out best is actually live action shot on film, because that can be developed out to the limit of whatever your resolution is. You can take any Star Trek episode from 1966, and if they have the negatives, do a whole new print in 4K. What's going to happen is the sets are going to start to look more like sets because they were never intended to be viewed at that resolution. But they will be clear. They will be crystal clear. When you do it with CGI, it's never going to look crystal clear after a while. It's like you know, the first the Star Wars Episode 1. All the CGI in that, the big CGI battles, they looked great in 2000 or 1999 when that was released. But now modern viewers see it and they go, well, that didn't age well. You know, they're used to a different type of CGI, a more detailed CGI. So when you do live action remakes that have a ton of CGI, it's just not going to hold up. Marshall says, the next movie trip I'm going to take is Rendezvous with Rama. Yes, just because the new Dune director is probably going to direct it. Although Dune has had problems, it was close enough. Yeah, I'd like to see them do Rendezvous with Rama. What I really don't want to see anybody touch is Ringworld. That's a movie you could make now. You could make Ringworld now. But God, they'd inject so much woke. And it doesn't need much woke to start with. It's pretty liberal. But they would inject so much woke that they would just ruin it. I don't want them to touch it at all. Rendezvous with Rama, maybe, because, again, same director who's doing Dune. And he's done a pretty good job of adapting that. That is a movie that, the books are so hard to adapt. They're really made for reading. Their original medium is what they were meant for. And so adapting them is really, really, really tough. It's like adapting Watchmen was. I think they probably adapted it. Zack Snyder probably adapted it as well as possible. I understand why he changed the ending from the graphic novel. But, even so, there's only so far you can go. The graphic novel is laid out in such a way that it has a flow to it. Its original medium is really where it should be enjoyed. And the Dune books are, very similar. There is so much backstory to Dune. It's like Lord of the Rings. What Peter Jackson was able to show was great. It was amazing. Very, very good, adaptation. But when you know the Lord of the Rings universe, there is so much backstory that you couldn't ever possibly get into. Marshall says the motion picture was models only. The effects like torpedoes were hand rendered onto the negatives, and they had amazing matte paintings and motion control. Yes, and the ones of those that I've upscaled, they now have native 4Ks on those. And the models were so well done that they hold up really well even today. They're really, really well done models. That Enterprise model is, I don't think they'll ever do a model or a CGI of a starship that looks as good as that model did, not only in 1979, but even today when it's been upscaled already, when they've done a print on 4K. So, yeah. Supercrew63 says, I wonder what the Babylon 5 CGI looked like scaled up. Would like to see what the ships look like upscaled. I think a B5 was one of the first to use CGI in that amount on TV. Yes, it was. I'm going to be upscaling some of that very soon. You will see some of that on my Tales from SYL Ranch Darkroom channel. Probably within the first quarter of next year. There's some stuff going on with that I know but can't talk about, and I'm going to upscale some of that. It'll be very interesting for me to see as well. If the CGI is original CGI, I think it's going to look more like CGI, because that's what happens when I upscale those. Especially with that, because the original resolution was very low. It was still in the 640 by 480 resolution, and those do not upscale well for me at all. You got to get to at least 720p before I start to get a good upscale. But with the ones that are coming out on Blu-ray now, yeah, might be able to get a good one out of that. So we'll see. Marshall says, I've seen a single frame upscaled to 16K. Wow. With the optical printing technology that takes the print, projects it to a plate, and then it's captured by the high-res digital cam, and it's freaking amazeballs. Cool. I'm glad to hear that. Right now, the B5 stuff that I have access to is lower resolution. I'm going to get access to those Blu-ray ones and see how those work out, because I believe they released them on Blu-ray in December of this year. Or depending on where you're at, December of last year. So I'm going to get a hold of those, and I'm going to take a look and see how it works. I'm hoping that it looks really good. Bugs the hell out of me. I can upscale to 16K if I want to spend the time doing it. Unfortunately, YouTube will only ever display 4K no matter what I upscale to. 4K and 60 frames per second is the best you'll ever get on YouTube. Doesn't mean that I won't, try doing it and maybe find other services. Rumble, for example, they'll only go to 2K. I've tried putting stuff up there, and they'll only go to 2K. And I understand. It takes a lot of bandwidth. It takes a lot of storage space. I mean, when I upscale an entire film, I've done it a couple of times. And when I upscale an entire one, what I get from a 1080p original, when I turn it into a 4K version of a 2-hour movie, I get like a 92 gigabyte file. I have to run it through a second program that compresses it down in order to get it to something that is, reasonable. But when you compress it, then I don't think you lose too much detail, but you've got to lose some because you're compressing. So it's something I'm looking at. The Babylon 5 stuff is definitely something I'm looking at. There are some specific scenes that I would really like to see upscaled. Not necessarily the ones you think, not the big battle ones, but ones involving character moments. Not that I wouldn't upscale, some of the battle things as well. But I think a lot of that show, while the battles are important, they're not the most important thing about the show. They're not the most important moments. I mean, it's not like Star Wars. I've upscaled some of those. Like Luke's trench run. I've got that at 4K and 60 frames per second. And that's one where that scene is really pivotal and important. The stuff that happens in Babylon 5 is more behind the scenes. It's the get the hell out of our galaxy moments. Not so much the giant battles, but you're making us have these battles, get the hell out of our galaxy things. So, well, got about 4 minutes until midnight here in Central Time Zone. I'll see if I can figure out things to talk about while we do that, because I have a bunch of things that I talked about showing in the darkroom, but fortunately you, my viewers, have driven enough of the conversation that I haven't had to use them yet. But we still have a couple of hours to go till we finally get to the Pacific time zone. And again, I'm just going to tell you that the fireworks ones are cool. No question about that. I think all of the fireworks ones I chose are cool. But the one I've got for the Pacific time zone is not fireworks, but it is exceptionally cool. It is very cool. So I'm looking forward to being able to show that as my last thing on the stream. But not to say, again, the fireworks you got coming up in 3 or so minutes, that's also pretty good. Again, keep in mind that none of these fireworks displays are done in reality. They are done using a program called Fireworks Simulator by other people who have just put these things to music, and they look really, really good. Marsha says the B5 Blu-ray is now at $89 on Amazon, and the reviews are typical. No matter how many times we explain the 4:3 aspect ratio, people keep bitching that we should remake the FX. For what? Idiots. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. When you take something from its original resolution, you're actually losing information. Visually, you're losing information. If it's the 4:3 aspect ratio, that means that if it's well directed, the entire area is being used for information. If you decide you're going to chop it off to make it 16:9, then you are losing information that the director intended to have on there. It's just ridiculous. If it's 4:3, make it 4:3. It's why on all of my upscale videos on YouTube, on the darkroom, if you look at those, they are at their actual resolutions. There's lots of people putting up videos that will put black sides on the ends. No, I don't do that with any of mine. If it was 4:3, the video's 4:3. If it's 16:9, it's 16:9. If it was extremely widescreen like Star Wars was, that's what it is. I don't put black space. I don't put letterboxing ever. I believe that the director and the filmmakers intended you to be able to see that information, and I will not take it away. So we got a minute out. Let me get down to the card that's going to be my central time zone fireworks. Otherwise, I rehearsed through this a couple of times today, and it's very easy for me to hit the wrong one because, unfortunately, I don't have these every single card and stuff in chronological order. It has to be in the order that I kind of have to be able to get to. It makes sense. So. Look at Star Trek 5 on TV. It works great. Not so much in 16:9 because Shatner was a TV director. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Yeah. But I've got some stuff from Star Trek 5 that I have upscaled, and it works okay in 16:9. But you're right, Shatner was not used to the 16:9 aspect ratio. He was used to the TV ratio because the 4:3 because that's what he'd been done. So we only got 1 second, and it is now midnight in Central Time Zone. So Happy New Year. And enjoy the fireworks. So Happy New Year again in the Central Time Zone. I'll take another swig of my swill, the Sutter Home Cabernet Sauvignon in the juice box. Again, keeping in mind, those are not real fireworks. Those are fireworks that are made by a program called Fireworks Simulator. I did not make them because Fireworks Simulator is extremely complex. And when I looked at it, I said, oh, I will spend the rest of my life working out how this works. And I really don't want to do that. So the links to the original are below in my description box, as well as the links to the creators of those, their YouTube channels. Certainly go and look at them. These are not the only things they've done. In fact, that particular bit is only part of one fireworks display that's much, much longer, that won an award. These guys have, awards that they do for each other every year based on fireworks. And I've forgotten which one that won, but it won an award. It's really, really good. Not saying anything about Amox My Wine, nothing. Well, it's okay. It's swill. I don't mind. It's an upgrade from last year's Everclear in as much as it is edible. Everclear was mostly a question of, pouring it down my throat and then, trying not to hack up a lung. Excuse me. Being aware, of course, that one of the things that I did with all of the fireworks displays, in fact, everything, including the Pacific time thing that I'm going to do, I did upscale them all to 4K and 60 frames per second. You can't see the 4K because I can only do 1080p when I'm broadcasting. And I can't put any of them on my YouTube channel. I have not been able to contact any of the creators. Guys, if anybody who did this wants to get with me, I would be happy to provide you with the upscaled versions for your own channel. And please forgive me for using these without permission, but I couldn't get a hold of anybody. Nobody who made these responded to me in any way. So I just said, screw it. They're good. And I'm going to give them credit, and I'm going to give, links in the description box. So, be interesting to see what YouTube does with the copyright on this video, seeing as how I'm going to have multiple copyrighted music sitting out there on this one. I hope they don't just pull the video after the fact. I've been prepared for them to cut my stream. They've done that from time to time. So I'll tell you what, I've got yet another hour here, and what I have, I have a review for the Doctor Who Christmas special that I really don't want to do very much. So let's see a couple of things from my darkroom. These are all videos that are already out there. They're in 4K if you want to go look at them. I don't remember if I linked to every single video, but I did link to my channel over there. This one will be interesting. It is 1989's Batman, a scene from 89's Batman, but with the color removed. I was curious how this was going to look as a film noir. So let's take a look at Batman 1989 as a film noir.
That you, Sugar Bumps? Who the hell are you?
It's me, Sugar Bumps.
Oh, thank God you're alive. I heard you, baby.
Fried? Is that what you heard? You set me up over a woman. A woman! You must be insane. Don't bother.
Your life won't be worth spit!
I've been dead once already. It's very liberating. You should think of it as therapy.
Jack, listen. Maybe we can cut a deal.
Jack? Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker. And as you can see, I'm a lot happier. What a day.
I thought that worked really well. I think you could legitimately take that thing back in time to the 1940s and have it work as a film noir. I think that probably the director Tim Burton actually shot it with kind of that in mind. The way he uses shadow and light. When you reduce it to grayscale like that, I think it works out really well. So that's one of the little things that I do over on my channel. That was, of course, upscaled to 4K and 60 frames per second, and you got to see the 60 frames per second part, but not the 4K. So, I guess I'll go ahead and do the Doctor Who review. Let me know if the TARDIS noises in the background are too much. I tried to get it so that it should be unobtrusive, but yeah, let me do the Doctor Who review. Okay, so obviously spoilers ahead if you have not seen this, although probably not as many spoilers as you might imagine. This review could really be summed up in only 2 words. It sucked. As I have previously mentioned, all of the franchises we've come to know and love are now dead, sacrificed at the altar of the woke fascist ideology. And until I hear something different, this is going to be the last time that I review modern Doctor Who. It was sacrificed to the altar of wokeness by Chris Chibnall, and it's quite clear that Russell T Davies has only doubled down on it. The Church on Ruby Road, which is the name of the episode, is a serviceable enough story, I suppose. It's acted and directed well. The music is good again, which it wasn't during, the Chibnall era. They got back Murray Gold as the composer. That's a good thing. The music's good. But the problem is, in the very second scene, we have a trans character who is a singer and a friend of the main character, who's going to be the new companion. And we see the Doctor dancing in a nightclub while wearing a skin-tight yellow tank top and a skirt. I looked at the thing closely. I kept hoping maybe it's just a kilt. But no, it was a skirt. I mean, they've said that they're going to make this Doctor the first gay Doctor. I mean, I think Davies is gay. Russell, let me in on your little secret here. Not every gay man is so over the top. You can have, I mean, I've known gay men. Take George Takei, right? Gay. But he was not out for many, many years. He played heterosexual characters perfectly well. There's one, when he played Sulu in Star Trek, you would never have guessed that the actor was gay. He wasn't, flamboyantly over the top. He could play, like in Mirror Mirror, the episode Mirror Mirror in the original Star Trek series, he could play a completely slimy guy who is, out to bang a hoorah. He wasn't just like totally over the top. And in fact, by the way, he objected to making the character of Sulu gay in the new remake movies. He was like, hey, no, that's just me. The character isn't gay. He's not completely over the top. Not every gay man is over the top. So even if the Doctor is supposed to be gay, he doesn't have to be wearing a skin-tight tank top and a skirt. I mean, it's just stupid. It's just woke, and it's terrible. It was awful. It was awful. It was awful. Super Crew 63 says, I think it's Disney that Hamstrung Davies, not since Disney now owns Doctor Who. Yes, I think Disney owning Doctor Who is a bad thing. I mean, everything Disney does is woke. You know, Doctor Who has always been intended to be a children's program with very little sex. They didn't even get into much romance until 2005. And even then, you know, it was carefully handled. It was tastefully handled. But now we've got a gay doctor who, in his first scene in this episode, because it's the first time we see him, just flamboyant and, you know, off the walls. It was crazy. You know, not every gay character is completely off the walls and nuts. And I basically they just lost me right there. I mean, just totally lost me. I really couldn't care less what happens in the episode after that. The only thing I really cared about, there's an old woman at the end, spoiler. There's an old woman who knows what a TARDIS is, and suggests, sort of by, you know, going into, almost tells the new companion to go into the TARDIS. And she says the line, "What? You've never seen a TARDIS before." Well, guess what, guys? I'm calling it. That's the master. That old woman is now the master. I'm calling it. I'm just calling it. But I don't care. I don't care at all. I couldn't care less about this show at all. Just that second scene. From then on, I knew I was just watching woke garbage. They fortunately got the Doctor into a costume that is, you know, more consistent with doctors we'd see. The sonic screwdriver is no longer cylindrical in shape. It's shaped like a small. It's shaped like this. It's, you know, it's not a screwdriver anymore. Why they did that, I don't know. They made a new sonic screwdriver for David Tennant. I assumed that was going to be this Doctor's sonic screwdriver. Oh, and by the way, with the David Tennant regeneration, can we be more obvious? A bi-regeneration? Seriously? Can we be more obvious than that? A bi-regeneration? God, you know, it's like, what? It's just woke after woke after woke after woke. And Elon Musk, he's very against woke. He's very anti-woke. He calls wokeism a mind virus. And I think that's true to some extent, but I really call it myself a fascist ideology that seeks to control your very thoughts. It is the single greatest sociopolitical issue that we face today. Forget everything else. Nothing else matters. In the 20th century, we had communism. In the 21st century, it's been replaced by wokeism. And it must be extinguished for exactly the same reasons. If its useful idiots succeed, wokeism will be the end of civilization. Period. It is an existential threat at this point, and I am not going to watch this garbage anymore. Doctor Who has totally lost me. We're done. It's over. It's history. It's down in the archives. It's all dusty. It's Casper. It's a ghost. And I hope everybody else thinks the same way and stop watching it. There won't be any dealing with it on the high seas. There will be no totally legitimate Russian streaming services for me. No, I'm done. I'm never watching it. Unless somebody tells me that they have fixed it and gotten rid of this crap, I am not watching it. Period. And on that very subject of wokeism, I know I'm going to ruffle some feathers, probably not of my viewers, but I'm going to rustle some feathers, might lose some viewers or stand a chance of some not watching me. But this is my experience in almost 59 years on the planet. I will be 59 in 2 weeks. There are only 2 genders, and it's really easy scientifically. You either have XX chromosomes or XY chromosomes, and there is no room for anything in between. I have never personally met a trans person who didn't have some other severe underlying mental illness. And when I have spoken about it to my non-woke therapist, they totally agree. They have said that it does them no kindness whatsoever to affirm their gender identity. It is a kindness to treat the underlying mental illness and then reevaluate what they think their gender is. And by the way, if you teach more than 2 genders to children as part of their 12 years of compulsory indoctrination that we have in the United States today, you are my outright enemy. If you are teaching 5-year-olds that there are more than 2 genders, then you have just become my arch nemesis. If I find out that's going in our local public schools, I'm going to make it my damned mission to see that it gets stopped. It is insanity. It is something that every generation knew up to only about 10 years ago. It is complete insanity. And it isn't do you any favors. If you're going to a therapist who has pronouns in their bios, run the other way. Look for a therapist who has no pronouns in their bios, because they are going to treat you correctly. It's insanity. It's total insanity. All of human history, up until just 10 years ago, understood that there were only 2 genders. When there used to be, when Gen X was growing up, we had something called tomboys. These were girls who were more inclined to do things that were traditionally associated with boys. But they weren't boys. They were what were called tomboys. They were girls who were more inclined to go and do roughhousing things than they were to play with dolls or whatever. But they weren't boys. They were girls. I know some still. They were tomboys when I knew them as a child, and they're more inclined to be more masculine today, but they are not boys. They're not men. And if you think that you have some gender other than XX or XY, then I'm sorry, you have a mental disorder. I don't care if the DSM has taken away, has taken out gender dysphoria as a diagnosis. I don't care. It's wrong. It's just wrong. And every therapist that I know, with one exception that bothers me a lot, but every therapist with any actual experience that I know has said no. People who think that there's some other gender have some other underlying mental illness. And that is what needs to be treated. Once you've got that treated, then we'll come back and see about what you think your gender is. But there's other issues going on here, and you need to get those taken care of, and that will solve the problem. Marshall says, if asked, my preferred pronouns are I and me, and I get highly offended and correct you if you don't use them. Tree 3 Climber says, my daughter was a tomboy from 11-13, then became a feminist. Well, sorry. I have nothing against feminism until when it was practiced when I was a kid. When it really was about getting equal pay, doing equal jobs, all of that. I'm perfectly fine with that. But what feminism has morphed into today is an anti-male movement. There's a whole thing on YouTube. It's called the manosphere. And a couple of my videos that did well was when I would talk about MGTOW, men going their own way, which is totally ancillary to all of this. But I can't spend endless hours every week making MGTOW videos. The guys who do it and make money from it, fine. I don't expect to ever make money from this channel. To be perfectly honest, if I got to the point where I could make money from the channel, I wouldn't. I will absolutely never monetize this channel. I could have 1 million viewers and I will not monetize this channel because I don't want to get into a position where people are watching me because I'm only producing videos of a certain type. If I have something to say about MGTOW, I probably only have to say it one time. If I have something to say about modern feminism, I really only have to say something about it once. Once you know that I think modern feminism is an anti-male movement, that's all you need to hear out of me. I don't need to make 5 videos a day on it. But there are people in what's called the manosphere who do exactly that. They're part of the people that I think are playing characters. When you get to Pearl Davis, right? I think she may just be playing a character. She comes off as very legitimate, but her whole thing, she started saying things like women shouldn't be able to vote. A woman is saying women shouldn't be able to vote. That seems to me like pandering. It seems to me like she's probably playing a character. And don't even get me started on Andrew Tate. I think that man is definitely playing a character. He is a con man playing a character. He frankly gives me the creeps. And I've sort of learned to listen to that back of the head, you know, the hair on the back of your head sticking up. Because believe it or not, it's actually an actual real life thing. That sometimes people who give you the creeps are sociopaths. I think he's a con man and potentially has a severe personality disorder. I think he's found his audience and he's making millions of bucks off of it. Marshall says, hilarity ensues. And I learned that from Zorch. Zorch, if you were only here today to see the 1920s Star Trek stuff that's popping up on YouTube. That's really awesome. Supercruise63 said, I had a girlfriend that was a heavy equipment operator, rode on dirt bikes, drove a 4x4, and drank beer with the boys, but was a beautiful and 100% woman. Yes. You don't have to be another gender to enjoy the sorts of things that stereotypically the other gender enjoys. And it's just ridiculous. And especially when it gets into children. I mean, if you're an adult and you want to be insane, fine. But if you start doing with children as they've started to do, if I find out that my local public schools are doing that, then I am going to go postal. I'm going to show up at school district meetings and make a huge, big deal out of myself. I don't have any children personally that are going to get hurt by that, but I do have grandnieces and grandnephews, and they will be hurt by it. So if it's me, man, Grandpa's going to show up, and he's going to lose his top every single time. They will have to kick my ass out of there every single time. So you do it to kids. That's where I mean we have to crush wokeness anyway. It is an existential threat. It is exactly like communism in the 20th century. It is an existential threat and must be destroyed. And so until such time as Disney decides to not go woke, I am not watching Doctor Who again. I'm not watching anything from the MCU again. I watched some of it on my perfectly legitimate Russian streaming service for a while, and it sucked. Loki wasn't terrible, but everything else sucked. The recent movies sucked. The TV series sucked. I'm not watching it anymore. I just don't care. If it's got MCU on it, forget it. I'm not watching. If it's got Star Trek on it, forget it. I'm not watching. If it's got Star Wars on it, forget it. I'm not watching. Indiana Jones, there's nowhere to go with that now that they've done it. We're not going to do a Indiana Jones who's in his 90s. They shouldn't have done the last two movies anyway. Riding off into the sunset was the perfect way to end that. But there's nowhere to go with it, so, I will tell you, however, I will be reviewing an Indiana Jones property that is extremely overlooked, but is extremely good. And that is the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. That is a really good series. And I'm going to start reviewing it for my other channel, the review channel. I'm going to start reviewing that. In addition to films, I'll also be reviewing that because that is good Indiana Jones. It is historically accurate stuff that India isn't part of, but it shows us how he progressed to be the man that we saw him in the movies. That stuff is good, and I'm going to review that. Jeanette says anti-male movement. Well put. It is. It is absolutely an anti-male movement. It is blaming the non-existent patriarchy for everything in sight. There are people in the manosphere. I occasionally watch podcasts. And I get that when they're doing these podcasts, what they have intentionally done is they've gone out and found women who are at the very far extreme edge of a bell curve. I get that because they're looking for the views. So they get these women who say they're feminists and are OnlyFans. OnlyFans are just another name for words that I can't use on the stream without it getting potentially stopped. Sex workers, I guess, maybe I can say that. That's what OnlyFans actually are. They're sex workers. So they get these sex workers on their show, and I understand they're an extreme edge of a bell curve. You know, most women fall in here, and some are real scumbags on this side, and some are just real nasty on this side. And so they get these sex workers on there, and they always say things like, "No, I'm a feminist, and the patriarchy, blah, 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 blah. And I think we should have communism." And the guy goes, "Wait, hold on. You're making money through capitalism, are you not?" You know, it's dumb as bricks, but very clear from listening to them talk about feminism that it's just a hate movement now. It's just a hate movement. Tree 3 Climber, good night. I'm glad you enjoyed the discussion and everything. Great to see you. Feel free to watch my other videos. I have two other shows. God, I'm blanking on it now. Timeless Odyssey, which is devoted to science fiction, probably science fiction reviews and stuff like that. And I have those are prepared reviews. And I have another one. God, the name is blanking on it now. I should know. That's going to be more about politics. So I wanted to break those into other things. So feel free to watch my videos as they come up. By the way, I also wanted to mention something about the doctor as a black doctor. I am not against a black doctor in concept, but in practice, it causes real problems. And they're the same problems that were caused by having a female doctor. Cool. Well, Tree 3 Climber, awesome. See you around. I'm also going to do these as a monthly thing as well. This is a special, but I'll be doing live streams as a monthly deal too. But there's a problem with a black doctor, and that is that throughout, you know, if the doctor, it's only in relatively, and I mean relatively, recent history that a black man would be considered an equal to a white man. So if the doctor was to visit the British Empire or any of its holdings prior to 1833, slavery was still in effect. And prior to 1833 includes just about all of human history. Now, there are periods in human history where being black isn't a big deal. Blacks could own slaves themselves. But until, the mid-1800s, from the dawn of human history until the middle of the 1800s, slavery was a common practice everywhere. You cannot find a point in human history where slavery was not a common practice until the middle 1800s. And there are still at least 700,000 slaves in Africa, and not being held by white slave owners either. So when you have a time travel show, what the deal? Almost anywhere that he goes on Earth prior to the mid-1860s is going to mean that if he's considered anything other than a subhuman prior to the 1900s or even the 1960s, because that's when the civil rights movement and desegregation really started to happen, then the show is sacrificing historical realism on the altar of wokeism. Doctor is simply best when he's a white male, because a white male can go almost anywhere in history and be considered a human being. A black man or a woman can't. A homosexual can't. I mean, gay people have been persecuted since forever. I mean, I know gay people who have busted me on social media because, I point this little fact out to them. And they're like, well, what have you ever done? And I'm like, dumbass, you have no idea what I've done. In the city in which I currently live, When I was in high school, circa 1983, 4, 5, when I was in high school, there was an ordinance, a local ordinance, a city ordinance that explicitly said that landlords could refuse to rent to gay people. You could have a perfect, you could be a perfectly wonderful tenant and always paying your rent on time and never causing a scene. But if you were gay, they could kick you out. That was an ordinance in this city. And myself, a straight man, and lots of other straight people got together and we marched and we marched and we marched until they repealed it. That's what I've done. That's the sort of thing I've done. You guys coming up today, millennials, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, you have no idea how difficult your parents and your grandparents had it and what we had to do to bring it to an end. So if you have a gay doctor, even in the 1980s, that's going to be a problem. If it gets out that he's gay, it's going to be a problem. If it's not a problem, then they're sacrificing historical reality for wokeism. The doctor works best as a white male. Period. End of story. So for me, Doctor Who's dead. And I think you should think it too. The sooner that we all come to grips with the fact that all of our favorite shows and favorite franchises are now dead, and that we stop whining about it, the better off we'll all be. This is why I choose to review things like UFO or Don't Let Go or things like that, because these are things that I consider that are actually good. I don't think you're going to see me do a movie review on something that I think is bad. I don't want to come before you and say, yeah, I watched this terrible piece of crap, don't see it. I'm going to come before you and say, yeah, I saw this indie film. It was really surprisingly good. Because I watch 5 or 6 indie films a week. I mean, it's about all I'm watching anymore. And I reject certain ones out of hand because I've seen, frankly, far too many dystopian future ones. I don't need any more of that. So I'm looking for stuff that's uplifting, that's good, that I think is actually good for you to see. So, the fact is, all the stuff we used to love, everything that I used to love as a child, that I grew up with, that I liked before the MCU, all of it is dead. And the sooner that we just come to grips with that and we start looking for alternative things that are actually good, the happier we'll be. If we don't come to terms with the fact that it's all dead, and we don't allow ourselves, if you go on social media, which you shouldn't, but if you go on social media, don't allow yourself to be baited by some woke idiot. Just like, it's all dead. I don't care what you say. I'm not going to let you bait me. Why don't you go watch UFO? I got a guy on YouTube who says that's a really good movie. Superguru63 says, wokeism is rewriting history, and we need real history to keep from making the same mistakes in the future. Yeah, it's like when they insist on going to, southern cities and southern battlefields and tearing down Confederate statues and monuments. In Germany, they still keep Auschwitz open. It is a historical tourist attraction. And the reason is because they want to learn from that. They don't go down there and tear it down because it was bad. The same thing is true of most European history. My God, European history is just centuries and centuries of warfare. And, if you went around tearing things down, you'd be tearing things down right and left. You'd be tearing down whole palaces. You leave those things up so you can say, this is what happened in the past. We can learn from it. And that's exactly like you say. They're rewriting history, and we can't do that. We need to learn from it. We need to have it stand as it was and say, this is something we will no longer do. So I watched, the church on Ruby Road in the vain hope that perhaps RTD had reversed course from Chris Chibnall's nonsense. He didn't, and I'm over it. One weird thing too, RTD has even taken Davros, right, the infamous creator of the Daleks, out of the wheelchair that he has been in since his debut in 1977. And his reasoning, if you've actually watched interviews on this, and I have, his bizarre reasoning is that people are prejudiced against people in wheelchairs. They think people in wheelchairs are evil. What sort of bizarre, twisted, alternate universe does RTD live in? In almost 2 weeks shy of 59 years, I have never, ever, 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 ever heard of such a prejudice. Not ever. Never. Never, ever, ever. What alternate universe are you living in? And why are you taking a character who has been confined to a wheelchair, is a messed up genetic mess, and been confined to a wheelchair, and you've turned him into a bipedal guy? I mean, it makes no damn sense. Russell, what you're saying makes no sense. If you're saying that, what it tells me is that you think people who are in wheelchairs are evil, because nobody else in the universe does. It was a problem for FDR, because FDR was confined to a wheelchair. Not everybody even knows this. FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was confined to a wheelchair. In public, this wasn't obvious. If you know that he was confined to a wheelchair, then you can see it in public, because he would usually have a couple of people, family members or aides, standing beside him, holding him up while he walked places. But it wasn't obvious. He would just have his hands out like they were, linked arm in arm, but they were actually carrying him. But the reason they did that was back in, in his era, someone with a wheelchair was looked upon as weak, and they didn't want a weak president. Today, you could have a quadriplegic president and nobody would care, as long as he was a good president. But thinking that people in wheelchairs are evil, what universe is that happening in? And if you think that that's the way things are, if you think that people are so prejudiced that they think people are in wheelchairs are evil, that tells me that you're the one that thinks that, because nobody I have ever heard of thinks that. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So Doctor Who is dead. It's time to move on. And thank goodness we have little hidden gems like UFO and Don't Let Go to keep us entertained. Doctor Who is dead. Like Star Wars, Star Trek, and Indiana Jones before it, I'm no longer watching. I'm no longer going on the high seas. I'm now no longer going to a Russian streaming service. Nothing. It's dead, and I'm done with it. And I certainly advise you to do the same. It's over. So let me get back to a episode title. Back to something a little nicer. That's probably the last time you'll ever see that TARDIS thing behind me. I'll still keep the bridge of the Enterprise when I'm reviewing science fiction, but I'm never going to review another episode of Doctor Who because I'm never going to watch it again. Seeing the Doctor in a tight tank top and a skirt was just enough. It was done. I checked out right then. So we now have little under 20 minutes for the Mountain Time Zone fireworks to go off. Maybe I'll throw out a little something that's not too long from the DARKROOM. This one shouldn't be too long. It shouldn't take up 15 minutes. Let's try finding out what Superman's true power is. And this is from an upscaled, frame-interpolated version that is right now on the Tales from SYL Ranch DARKROOM.
You still try to fight. Can't you see that it's hopeless?
That man won't quit as long as he can still draw a breath. None of my teammates will. Me, I've got a different problem. I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. Never allowing myself to lose control, even for a moment, or someone could die. But you can take it, can't you, big man? What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am. Had enough?
Not quite yet. It's called the agony matrix. Direct neural stimulation of pain receptors. All of them. Imagine the worst pain you've ever felt in your life, times 1,000. Now imagine that pain continuing forever. Oh, that's right. You don't have to imagine.
Behold the Source Wall. Behind it is the single greatest secret of the universe. This is as far as I dare to go. I warn you one final time. Only a 12th level intellect has the slightest hope of surviving what you are about to experience.
Then I'm overqualified.
Still alive. You impress me, Kryptonian. More. Your valor has touched my heart. Oh yes, there is still some small part of me that knows mercy. I will end your pain. With something special I've been saving for just this occasion. I'm going to carve out your heart and put it on a pike in my throne room.
As much as I'd enjoy seeing that, first you've got some business with me. Sorry it took me so long. I had to go get my power suit.
You would dare challenge me? Insanity.
Oh, I'm not here to challenge you, Darkseid. Quite the contrary. I've got something you want. The only thing you want.
The anti-life equation.
My gift to you.
There. Let me back. Sorry about that. I was afraid something like that might happen. I guess I'll have to stay away from showing videos. I will tell you outright, unfortunately, the bad part about that and where it stopped. At least you got to see Superman's full power. I really like that scene. It's one of my favorite Superman scenes of all time. I think the DC animated universe from late 1990s through the early 2000s was the last time that anybody got those characters right. And by the way, can I just get a ping out of my some of my what am I trying to say in my comments, just so I can make sure the chat, just so I can make sure that you're actually seeing me, and it's not just it says it's no longer being blocked due to copyright issues. Thank you. I think the DC animated universe was thank you also, Jeanette, for pinging me. I think the DC and Fine by 5, thank you, Marshall. I think the DC animated universe was the very last time that anybody got the DC characters. Yeah, no, I'm already on live chat. I always do that so that I'm not doing, so I can see what everybody says in real time. So that was the last time that anybody got the DC characters right in any medium. And I'm dead certain that what they're about to do with it is going to be bad. Zack Snyder wanted to make a universe in which the superheroes were in the reality that we live in, which is freaking impossible. You can't do that. It's ridiculous. I've said a million times, if you try to put superheroes like Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, etc. into our real world, here's what happens. Batman is obviously insane, right? He's a guy who goes out at night dressed up like a giant bat and beats up criminals, okay? There is absolutely no police department anywhere ever on this planet who would allow that guy to operate. All days off would be canceled. All the detectives would be focused on finding this crazy guy. And they would do it. They would eventually catch him. And he would be put in Arkham Asylum. And by the way, Arkham Asylum would not be the way that they show it in comics or movies or anything like that. Our actual mental asylums look nothing like that. And I know because both of my parents worked at one. I mean, my father worked in the security wing of a state mental hospital, which is where they'd probably send a dangerous psychotic like Batman. If Bruce Wayne really wanted to, in a real world, if Bruce Wayne wanted to fight crime, if he wanted to be a detective, he would go and become a detective. He'd go and join the police department. But there's no way. They wouldn't allow it. If someone as powerful as Superman existed at all, there's no way they're going to take his word that he's going to be a good guy. Every nation on Earth would band together. They would all band together as one to completely destroy him. They would find Themyscira and nuke it into oblivion. They would find Aquaman underwater and shoot nuclear torpedoes at Atlantis until it was radioactive and causing problems with local sea life. They would find Billy Batson and snipe him from the roof. There is no superhero that you can put in the real world. They have to at least be in a world that will tolerate vigilantes and superheroes. And, then you go the extreme opposite way. Like, I don't know right now how many characters there are out there that are evil versions of like Superman. What if Superman actually tried to take over? Or, in Invincible, right? Omni-Man is just absolutely horrifying. And does nasty, bloody, horrible deaths. And I've seen too many of those. I mean, not that that's really a bad show. It isn't. There's some good things about it. But I've seen that. Now it's just an overused trope. It's just an overused trope. The last time anybody in any medium actually got the DC characters right was the DC animated universe. And that scene, which comes at the last episode of the last entry into the DC animated universe, I think is great. The way that ends up, by the way, the only thing that you didn't see on that was that Lex Luthor gives the anti-life equation to Darkseid, and it envelops and destroys them both. The real cool part about that scene, I think, was seeing, Superman just cut loose. It was the culmination of years of stories. It was not, like in what they try to do is even in Zack Snyder's Justice League, the 4-hour version that I think is totally impossible to watch. Where Superman is just incredibly strong all the time. They built up to that. Over years, they built up to that. So that was a brilliant scene from my perspective, and one of my favorite Superman scenes of all time. So that's what you didn't see. Now I guess I'm going to have to be really, really careful about what I show. They have to be really short clips. I could probably do Clint Webb for Senate. I don't know. I got another 4 or so minutes before the beginning of the new year on the Mountain Time Zone. So let me get my Mountain Time Zone stuff ready. Uh-oh. I'm out of my non-alcoholic beverage. I'll have to either go to an emergency trailer, which I may have to do, mostly because I'm about at a point where I need to seek a bathroom break. And those at least aren't copyrighted. But all I have left is this stuff now. Yikes. Supercrew 63 says, Rebel Moon was pretty perfect. No better than 99% other crap put out there. I don't know. Maybe I'll take a look at Rebel Moon. I don't know. Well, if somebody says something like that's good to me, I'll probably take a look. Rebel Moon's one of the Star Wars properties, right? I might have a look at it since people are telling me that it's okay. But, the rest of it, I mean, God, the last 3 movies were just awful. and the Mandalorian started out good and then sort of didn't. Book of Boba Fett turned into like another season of Mandalorian. None of the movies they've made are any good. I mean, it's just all... It's just either woke or just very mediocre. I mean, it blows my mind always on the sequel trilogy, man. They had the opportunity, and I'm going to actually review. You may not know this, but there was a Mummy 1 and a Mummy 2 with oh God, what's his name? Anyway, they're 2 big Mummy movies, right? They made a Mummy 3 many years later. And it was a passing of the torch. It was what Star Wars, Episode 7 could have been. A passing of the torch to a younger generation. But 7, 8, 9 blew it so fantastically. I'm going to review that Mummy 3 movie at some point because it was a good passing of the torch movie. Supercrew 63 says it is similar but not Star Wars. Okay, well, I'll have a look at it. When people tell me something's any good, I'll try to take a look at it. I just can't cope anymore. The wokeness has gotten to me, and it's got to be destroyed. That's all there is to it. So on my clock on the wall, we're about 30 seconds out. I'm actually, when you watch me, I'm actually 10 or so seconds behind. So pardon me for being 10 or so seconds behind the actual New Year. I can't do much about that. And if I sit there and try to figure out what's actually going out 10 seconds later versus what I'm doing right now, there's just a 10-second delay, and there's nothing I can do about it. So you'll just have to cope with being 10 seconds off. So about a minute now until the Mountain Time Zone fireworks happen. And those are real good too. As always, as I say, I took all of these fireworks and upscaled them to 4K and made them 60 frames per second, although you can't see them that way. And definitely check out the originals. I have the originals all linked to in my description box because they're pretty cool. And the people who made them, they made many others. I mean, these are people who actually spent time learning how to use the software. When I looked at it and said, oh my God, it'll take me forever. Could I someday maybe get to their level? Yes, but only if I made it my major hobby, you know, and there's just no way I can do that. So it looks like for me, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year in the Mountain Time Zone. And I'll have another swig of my Sutter Home Cabernet Sauvignon out of a juice box. Happy New Year, Mountain Time Zone. So that was our Mountain Time Zone. I think a Mountain Time Zone. I'm starting to get minorly loopy here. I'm usually in bed by now because I'm old and decrepit. But that was the Mountain Time Zone one. Now, that's the last fireworks I'm going to do. I have been crossing my fingers. As you saw, I had one where the damn stream stopped mid-center because I decided I was in violation of copyright. I've been worrying, and it'll do that with the music that has been going underneath all those. Do remember, those are not mine. I did not make those. I will tell you, however, that one in particular, the others started at least 1080p resolution. That one started at 720, so I was pretty happy with the way that sucker turned out, being turned from 720 to... it was actually done up to 4K at 60 frames per second, but you saw 1080p 60 frame, and I think that worked out well. If you ever talk to the people who actually did this, and again, all the originals and their creators are linked to in my description box, because while I couldn't contact them to ask for use, I still want to make sure that they get, the proper credit. If you ever happen to talk to them about it, I would love to hand over a 4K 60 frame per second version of it for them. I won't put it on my own channel because without having their permission, I don't think that's right. But I would be happy to give it to them. Well, golly, I'm down to, I have already drank all of the flavored water that was in this puppy. And I'm not sure that I want to put on any other of my upscaled videos because I don't know what'll happen to the stream. So I can't really refill it. So for the next roughly 55 minutes, you may be stuck with me getting drunk, which almost never happens. And I'm such a lightweight that this wine in a juice box might well do it for me. I don't know. I'm stuck here now because I don't actually have any other content explicitly planned out for this. Let me talk a little bit about what you're going to see on my Pacific time zone thing. There is a video out there that I have linked to below. In fact, it's extremely prominent in my links in my description box. That is one of the coolest things I have ever seen. It is a fan edit of the battle at the end of Avengers Endgame. Jeanette says, repeat fireworks while you take a break. Yeah, I think I'll be all right. I don't really need to drink that much to keep marginally hydrated. So someone has gone out and done an extraordinary fan edit of that battle. And it's extraordinary because he calls it the full multiverse war. And what he's done is taken every single hero and every single villain from every single good action, superhero, fantasy, and science fiction and horror genre from the 1960s until the present when that thing was made, and put them all in that battle. It is amazing. I won't say that it is the best edited thing in the universe, but he does an extraordinary job. So, you can imagine that all of these different characters, Bruce Lee fighting some totally different thing. And I'll tell you, you have not lived. You really have not lived until you've seen Michael Keaton's Batman do the Death Star trench run. That's the sort of thing that he does. And he marries it all together very, very seamlessly. I mean, there's times, when you can look at it and go, okay, well, I can see the lines, where he's been basically cutting and pasting characters from scenes that we know and putting them together. But it's really awesome. It's just taking all of these heroes, all of these villains, all of these good guys, all of these heavies. They have people from westerns. They have Bruce Lee in the thing. They have Chuck Norris in it. And versus everybody. They have a section where it's first the villains come out, and that takes a while. And they're coming out by in the thing by virtue of one of the sorcerers doing the sparkly thing, and then they come out. And some of those are extraordinarily well done. They really look like they're about walking out of from whatever their normal location would be, walking out and into this battle. Then they do all the good guys, where Doctor Strange and the sorcerers are making the sparkly things. And they do a pretty decent job of those guys coming out. There's a couple of them where they take advantage of scenes that would ordinarily shot in a different way, but boy, do they look like they're coming out of those round circular teleport things. Everybody that you could possibly think of. I mean, Clint Eastwood, is involved in this battle. And they're not fighting their own foes. They're fighting totally different ones. If you can imagine Ripley versus Pennywise, it's stuff like that. It's just an amazing stuff. Chuck Norris isn't the last man standing. However, everybody he shoots dies. He's except for the very end, he's totally invulnerable. They even got Stan Lee in it. It's just really amazing. They get all of these various characters fighting each other, and I will admit to you, the video on its own, the whole video, is an hour long. It takes probably 15 minutes for all the bad guys to show up, and then another 15 minutes for all the good guys to show up. But there are so many of them that you're just going, oh my God, I can't believe they got him. They got him too. Oh my God, they're bringing in him. And you see them all battle each other. Sometimes it's just in the background. Sometimes you'll see Marty McFly in the DeLorean suddenly drive past something that's happening in the foreground. Or sometimes they'll have an entire battle in the foreground, but it won't be with the characters that you think. It's just amazing. It is hysterical. But like you say, Chuck Norris is in there. He's not the last man standing, but that's for good reason. Bruce Campbell is in it. It's people who cannot possibly be killed are never killed. It is a great fan edit. It's an hour long, but if you're a fan of, they got Vin Diesel in it, from Fast and Furious. They've got all the James Bonds in it. They have all the people who've played Batman. They have all the people who've played Superman. One of the things they didn't have, but I would have liked to have seen, was Wonder Woman, as Linda Carter as Wonder Woman. But they otherwise have picked everybody. And they've done it in such a way that it looks organically like they're walking through a portal. It's just amazing. They have Arnold Schwarzenegger as a Terminator in there. They have Ellen Ripley with the big exosuit. They have Godzilla, Mechagodzilla. They have Val Kilmer from what is it? The one at OK Corral. They've got him as Doc Holliday in there. It's just astonishing. They have everybody that you could ever possibly imagine from all of these movies that we have loved over the years. And they all come together and just beat the snot out of each other. It is an awesome fan edit. So part of what I'm going to show at the end of the for the Pacific time zone, I'm going to show a piece of it, just a piece of it, and I'll talk about that more I'll talk about that explicitly as the time approaches, as to why I'm doing it and what to watch for, because there are things in the piece that I'm going to show you to watch for. But if you can imagine all of those people, you know, and who really saves the day is totally unexpected. You will never expect who saves the day in that edit. Oh God, this is swill. This is just swill. Oh. It doesn't quite make you want to vomit, but close. It's bad. It can in 45 minutes, if I drank it very much, it could make me drunk. I tell you what, I do feel the call of nature. Let me put on an emergency trailer. Yeah, this will work. Let me put on an emergency trailer here so I can go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a few.
Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
And now, intermission. Refreshment time.
I get from the refreshment counter. Oh boy, popcorn and candy bars and ice cream and oh boy, sparkling ice cold Coca-Cola. Oh boy, that tastes good. Have you been to the refreshment counter?
Remember, your favorite snack will taste especially good with world-famous ice-cold Coca-Cola.
Great idea.
Well, okay. It's not going to be 9 minutes till the beginning of the show. So everything's cool. I finally realized, wow, I could have had a V8. So I got a V8. And so I hope everyone's been to the lobby and gotten their fix of popcorn and whatnot. And I just have another 40 minutes to kill. Yeah, it's only going to be 2 a.m. by the time I get done, so that's cool. But yeah, what I'm going to show you is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. It won't be fireworks. It'll be somebody else's work. And again, I couldn't get a hold of them, so it's here without permission. But again, credited heavily in my description box, more heavily than anything else. It's credited in my description box. So when you have an hour to kill, go and watch it. I think your heart and your mind will love you for the rest of your life for having seen that particular edit. This really is bad. I really don't suggest getting wine in a juice box. I don't think that'll work very well. Well, what are some other interesting things that I can talk about? I could talk about the place that I'll be by this time next year. I talked about that sort of at the top of the episode. As I say, my parents were gracious and left their heirs decent inheritances. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for scrimping and saving your entire lives so that I can be the end result product of it. And I'm going to wind up owning 40 acres with out in the middle of nowhere. I always tell people I'm kind of a hermit anyway. I got in, when I was caring for my mom as she was dying of Alzheimer's, I got to the point where I didn't go out much anyway. Not like I was, I'm kind of an introvert anyway. So it's not like I was going out, but when you're caring for somebody with Alzheimer's, after a while, you can't. You have to be there all the time. So I wasn't going out anyway. So I figured, I might as well be a hermit out someplace where if I step outside, I can see all of the dust and stars and have as good a view as you can get from, an observatory somewhere, which you can on a clear night out there. So I figured I might as well just, go out there and do this. And with fiber optic, I'm going to be able to do it as easily here as there. As it is, I think I've got, 100 megabytes per second. And I share that with a nephew who is very much into online gaming. Near as I can tell, he leaves his computer on to some game. Even when he's off at work, I'll sometimes walk through the front door and it'll be on. And I'll be in a place where I live pretty Spartan, so a single wide trailer with a queen bed is all that I'm ever going to need. And at my age, the reality is when you get to be 2 weeks out from 59 years old, the dating pool dries up like you would not imagine. You get, basically, there are two kinds of women that are available at my age. One are the completely insane ones, the ones that were so crazy that nobody ever wanted to marry them. The second kind are the ones who are usually the result of at least one bad marriage, and what they really need is therapy. And I'm not a therapist, and I've been around enough of them to know that I don't want to be a therapist. Those are basically the only two types of women on the dating market today. So, the likelihood of me finding anybody. Although, interestingly enough, I have not been particularly quiet about the fact that I got this inheritance. I don't brag about it or anything. It isn't like I suddenly came into millions of dollars or anything like that. But when I was using social media, and as I've said before, you should not. But when I was using social media, I wasn't as quiet about it as I could. And all of a sudden, women just popped out of nowhere to start DMing me about how wonderful I was and all of this crap. And I'm going, could you be any more obvious in the fact that you're trying to scam me? A couple of them I would lead on. I've led on a couple of them where I would say, yeah, well, it's still going through because it does take the better part of a year or more to get an estate settled. So I'd be, yeah, I'm just going through, still haven't got it, still haven't got it, still haven't got it. Because my feeling was, well, if I keep, stringing them along, maybe they're, spending time dealing with me when they aren't spending time scamming some other poor schmuck who doesn't understand that they're being scammed, Because there is literally no reason for a 24-year-old woman who looks like a supermodel to be interested in me. So that's kind of happened. But otherwise, the dating pool is very limited, and I'm just not that terribly interested. And I'm a hermit anyway, so I might as well go hermit out there where I can step out on a cool summer night and look up in the sky and be amazed at what I see. I do have one bit of a problem, in as much as I have something of a crazy, I think he's a second cousin. He's my father's cousin, so I'm not quite sure what that makes him to me. I think a second cousin. He's kind of crazy. He's legitimately a hermit, and he should be where he is, because if he was in town, he'd have killed someone by now. I'm going to have to break the news next month, because I'm going to buy the land next month, and I'm going to buy the single wide, and then we're going to wait for a time in the spring when it's good to take it out there. So I'm going to try to break it to him next month at the time that I make the purchases, that he is going to have a neighbor for the first time in 80 years. He's 80 years old. And not only will he have a neighbor, he'll have a neighbor that he can look out his window and see. So I'm not sure how that's going to go down. I'm going to try to kind of make it more palatable to him. He's 80. So I'm going, and believe it or not, he's never had running water out there. He's never had town water out there. When we had town water run to where I'm going to need it, they went and asked him if they wanted him to run it to him as well, because, it's only, 100 yards. And he said no. So he's never had town water. All he's ever had is ancient hand-pumped well water, right? Where you pump it up and down and get well water. And you can't drink it without treating it. And if you use it for washing clothes, it'll work, but it'll get your clothes. I've been in clothes that have been washed in that water, and they're kind of stiff, because it's so much iron that the clothes get kind of stiff, and no amount of fabric softener will help. So I'm going to tell him that if he wants to tap off of my water, I will let him do that indefinitely. I'll pay the bill for it, because my thinking is, well, how much water is he really going to use? He's not had town water for 80 years. It's not like I can imagine him suddenly deciding he's got to go over and start using town water, what's he going to do? Irrigate something? No. He's a retired rancher. So I'm going to try to make it palatable. And of course, I now have more experience with geriatric care than anybody we asked about geriatric care. That's an interesting deal. If you have a relative like I had my mom who was going via Alzheimer's, there is almost no help for you out there. That's one of the things we learned early on. There is almost no help for you. When you ask people, okay, what can I expect? What's going to happen? You'll get some generic answer that you're like, yeah, I kind of already knew that. I'm talking about, what sort of things can I expect to happen? You get nothing. Even the experts won't tell you anything. And I get it. If you're a doctor, you're not going to want to say to somebody that, you're going to exactly see this, and this as time goes along, because it's imperfect. Someone who's, losing their faculties due to Alzheimer's, it becomes unpredictable. With my mom, it was kind of she was level for a while, and there'd be a sudden decline, level for a while, sudden decline, and so forth. So no doctor is going to tell you exactly what to expect because they don't want you coming after them later after the fact when it doesn't exactly work out that way. I get it. But now I am a geriatrics expert. I know more about geriatrics care than most people will ever care to know. So I've got these 80-year-old second cousin and his wife living out there, and I'll probably say to them, hey, not only can you tap off my water forever, if you ever have any problems, like if you need to go into town and get something, I'm happy to do it for you. If I'm going to go into town, I'll ask you what you want. I'm not going, because I'm sure what he'll worry about is me doing things like off-roading and stuff like that, and I won't be doing any of that. I own a Jeep so that I can get in and out to get to the property, but I'm not going to go off-roading or doing anything crazy. So I'm hoping it will help him, not be too crazy about the fact that I'm going to be living within sight of him. I'm marginally worried. This is a guy that when we would go out there for hunting in Novembers, we would usually take a sidearm just to be safe. I'm going to be wearing my sidearm when I go to him, and ordinarily my sidearm is concealed. Here in Nebraska and in South Dakota, we have constitutional carry, which means that you can carry concealed or open, for that matter. You can carry concealed and with no license required. South Dakota has a constitutional carry for both residents and non-residents. So for me, the only two places I ever go are Nebraska and South Dakota, and I carry all the time. Not because I expect to use it. I have never in my life had to use a gun to defend myself. I do not expect, suddenly at age 60 to have to start using my gun. I do it because, as a libertarian, I believe that rights are kind of like muscles, and if you don't exercise them, they start to atrophy. So I always carry wherever I'm going. Gosh, I wish I didn't think to put up a video of it because it's really rather cool. I got some Wildcat rounds for my carry pistol. I have a Sig Sauer P365 as a carry pistol. It's relatively small, 9mm. I can put it on my hip. I wear it outside the waistband. A lot of people like inside the waistband for concealed, but I don't. I just wear it outside the waistband and then have my T-shirt that's big enough to cover it, which, since I'm losing weight, tends to work. If I keep a T-shirt one size larger than I actually need, then I will have I will be able to conceal the pistol. It won't be obvious. Because one thing you have to worry about when you're doing that is you don't want to alarm people. You don't want to have the pistol so obvious that people are going to be worried. So you just have it someplace that's unobtrusive. But I got some Wildcat rounds. What kind of are Wildcat rounds? In 9mm, they're called the Interceptor. And what they have been is machined down to, they're about a 13-20 foot per second at the muzzle bullet, which for 9mm is pretty good. They make a fairly large cavity when on impact, which is good. They only go 8 to 9 inches penetration, which is good because you don't want your bullet to go through the target and maybe hit an innocent bystander behind it. You want the bullet to stay in them. But because of the way it's machined, when it comes to rest, the tip flips out into a 4-pointed star, which will really ruin your day. You can shoot it through 4 layers of denim. You'll still get the 8 or so inches penetration. It'll still flip out into a starburst, and it will have the denim just sitting right in the center of the starburst. I think that's a really good self-defense round. It'll certainly ruin any bad guy's day. There's certainly no question of that. The cavity made by the impact, combined with the fact that the bullet's not coming out and it's in a nasty sort of shape, it might well be lethal, but even if it's not, it's going to be very damaging to the person. So I have a bunch of those that I load with it. Such is the life of someone who just got a little bit of money. I can afford to buy stuff like that. I'm also now the proud owner of a Springfield Armory AR-15 knockoff. My thinking on that was I better, get that before they actually do something in terms of making it illegal, because they keep trying. Different states keep trying. I don't think they'll ever try in Nebraska or South Dakota, but they keep trying. So I thought I better get one. And if anything ever happens, I will no doubt be canoeing the Cheyenne River and accidentally lose my guns in a tragic boating accident. But those are interesting. Those are very interesting. I took mine out to the range a while back to zero it in at about 100 yards, although in reality, those are designed for more close quarters work. But it's interesting when when you start to get in the zone, when you've been firing for a while and you're able to hit things consistently at a long distance. That's kind of cool. Also got myself a rifle that is chambered in Winchester 308 that I'm going to be using for hunting. One of the things out there is because it is so remote and because you're off in places that, like I say, it's 2 miles to the nearest gravel road, so nothing is plowed. You can be stuck out there in a really bad winter for up to 6 months. So you really have to stock up. The thing about it is, if in November I shoot one single deer would keep me for a couple of years. So that 308 Winchester rifle is one that's really good for, taking down one deer and having it keep me for years. Jeanette says, I just don't understand why we all felt the need to go boating armed to the teeth, but we all did. I don't think it's going to be a problem in my state, and it certainly isn't going to be a problem in South Dakota. In a state that is so thinly populated and populated mostly by cattle ranchers, a gun is simply a necessary tool. We have out there, I have been told, we have always had out there rattlesnakes. And I know how to deal with rattlesnakes. I was taught from an early age. But I'm told now that there's an even more aggressive form of rattlesnake out there. So a gun is simply a necessary tool. With a rattlesnake, what you tend to try to keep around you is some kind of stick or pole that's pointed at the end outward like this. That way, you grab the rattlesnake behind the head. You don't do like Steve Irwin used to like to do and grab them by the tail. That's a perfect way to get bit. What you do is you stick it behind the head and then you use a shovel to behead the thing. That's how you really get rid of them. But if absolutely necessary, I'm quite certain that those 9mm rounds, if aimed properly, would put a significant dent in the rattlesnake population. I wouldn't want to. I'd rather have a stick and a shovel. But if necessary, I could shoot one. But it's just a necessary tool. There are coyotes out there. They like to eat the cattle. And eating cattle is a bad thing, okay, because everybody who's a rancher out there makes their money on the cattle. I will not be ranching. I'm too old for it. As it is, I'm going to have to buy a medium-sized tractor to do some stuff out there. But I am too old to be ranching. You have to have really grown up with that to be my age and still be able to do it. I may try to make an agreement with the neighbor to have him do some ranching on the land that is ours, with the understanding that he will pay for the property taxes on the land. But I'm not going to do any ranching out there. If South Dakota ever gets its act together, and for a while, for a brief period of time, marijuana was legal in South Dakota. It was a ballot measure that the citizens voted on to make legal, which makes perfect sense. It's a natural prairie out there for a reason. The soil is a combination of what was left behind when the glaciers last retreated after the last ice age and when the Yellowstone caldera blew. The soil will not really grow much of anything but grass. It is a natural prairie for a reason. And one thing that will grow out there is hemp. They grew hemp out there during World War II to use as rope. And hemp as a plant is so close to marijuana. And it was, for a while, legal out there. But then it was challenged at the State Supreme Court, who ruled that this was a power that was not able to be given to the people as a ballot measure, but was rather a power for the state legislature. And under the state constitution, I would have to agree with them that that's the case. So the fact that it was voted to be legal once probably means that at some point in my lifetime, it will be legal. You know, the people who voted for that are going to say to their representatives, just make the crap legal, because it would be a great cash crop. They don't have cash crops out there. They have grass. But if you can do marijuana, you know, that's a great cash crop. And my thinking was, well, you know, if they ever made it legal, I would make a smallish crop. I would then bring it in to Wall, South Dakota, which is a giant tourist trap. I'd bring it into Wall the week before and the week after the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally, where 100,000 bikers are passing, and make a killing. You know, it would be like one crop, goodbye. You know, I wouldn't need anything after the one crop. The only real competition you'd have would be from local Native Americans. It's not far from Wall, South Dakota to the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation is a sore spot with me because it is consistently rated the #1 slum in America. It isn't anything like Chicago slums. It's nothing like New York City slums or any of the big cities. It is the #1 slum in America. There is nothing worse. They are so badly off that as late as the 1980s, the federal government was coming in and stealing their children to give them to white families. They have been so screwed that they do not even allow white people on their land without permission. If you ever go there, you will see signs on the highways leading in that say, "Don't come in here." You got to get permission from the town elders inside there to come in. It is really horrible. They've been burned so much. They have sentinels that sit at the edge of the highways with radios so that if white people start coming or if federal people start coming, they radio in and they hide the children. They do that to this very day. They're supposed to be self-governing. All the Indian reservations are supposed to be self-governing. They're supposed to be governing them themselves, not beholden to any other state or federal government. So every year on the Pine Ridge, they grow a crop of marijuana. And every year, the Drug Enforcement Agency goes out there and burns them out. So if they made, marijuana legal in South Dakota, I think my biggest competitors would be the local Native Americans from the Pine Ridge, because they would show up and make all sorts of extraordinary and totally false claims about how their marijuana is so much better than other marijuana because it's like Native American marijuana and it's some kind of special strain. Those guys know how to play on white guilt. They've been screwed all to hell, but they know how to play on white guilt. In South Dakota, there is a gigantic, in the Black Hills, there's a gigantic Crazy Horse memorial that's under construction. It's been under construction since before I was born, and I will probably not live to see its construction. It is roughly 10 times larger than Mount Rushmore. And if you know, Mount Rushmore was never completed. They ran out of funding because it was a federal project. They simply ran out of funding and said, okay, it's done now. But it was never actually completed. These guys run entirely on donations. They are after my own heart. They are libertarians. They run entirely off of donations, and because of that, this multi-generational thing is ultimately going to get built. I may not live to see it, but it will get built eventually. But they have a visitors center out there, and they get lots of tourists who come out to see it. And the Native Americans just screw them into the ground. It's so funny to watch, because what they'll do is they'll have like booths. They'll have lots of booths with Native Americans sitting behind the booths, and they'll sell Native American jewelry. And if you know the first thing about it, you look at it and you go, okay, these guys just went to Hobby Lobby and they bought a bunch of, baubles and trinkets. And so they sit there behind the table and they've got, racks of stuff that's a little jewelry like earrings. I have an earring that I bought from them once. It's Native American in as much as it's got a little feather on it. So they buy this stuff from a Hobby Lobby, and the Native American will sit behind there, usually dressed in some sort of stereotypical Native American thing, and they'll sit there and like they're making all of this jewelry, when in reality all they're doing is just taking little beads and sticking them together, and then when they're done, hanging them up to be sold at an extraordinarily exorbitant price. If you went to Hobby and Lobby and you bought them yourself, it would be $1, and they sell them for $10 a pair. I just get a kick out of it, because knowing as I do how they've been screwed into the ground like a drill bit, the fact that they can play on white guilt, and get tons of money for something that just is worth nothing. It used to be when the area was first settled by white people, they would tend to trade land for just utter trinkets. Well, now they're doing the same thing to the white people. They're playing on their white guilt and selling them just ridiculous little pieces of jewelry for, way exorbitant prices. So I get a kick out of those guys doing that. And no doubt if marijuana was legal, they would come up with, oh, this is some new strain. This is a great new thing we're doing. And it's just Native American and all that, and it would be sold by people in Native American costumes. And they do legitimately have what they call powwows out there still. They do legitimately do sweat lodges. So I can certainly imagine them, showing up with, in Native American clothing, traditional Native American clothing, and doing various types of dances. And that would attract the tourists to them, and they'd sell them there exactly like everybody else grows marijuana, but, calling it some special Native American thing. I'd get a kick out of watching them do that. They've been screwed into the ground so bad. Like I say, as late as the 1980s, they were taking kids away. That was just horrifying. I didn't know that until the early 2000s when one of them told me. So it's why when I briefly considered running for U.S. Senate on the Libertarian ticket in South Dakota, I thought maybe, because these guys every 2 to 4 years, some politician wanders through the res and talks about how they're going to fix all their problems, and they never, ever, ever do. It's totally perfunctory. They wander through the res for the photo ops, and they never do anything for them. My thinking was, what I might do, because as a libertarian, I know I would lose, and I'd probably lose big. But what if, as a libertarian, I went through and solely campaigned on the reservations? I didn't campaign anywhere else. There's 2 decently sized cities in South Dakota. I'd leave them alone entirely and just spend all my time on the res. Yes, I'd probably lose, but I wonder if you wouldn't be able to take the Native American vote that way. I don't know if you could for sure, but if you were going around, I started learning the traditional Lakota language, which they still speak there. Not generally so, but they learn it as a cultural thing in many cases. So I started to learn that. It's an interesting language because They had no written language. It was only spoken. There was no written language at all. So I had started to learn that, and then I was getting divorced, and it became clear that I was not going to run in 2024 for anything. And it was probably a good thing that I didn't. I've touched on this before, but being associated with the Libertarian Party, which I'm not. I'm a philosophical libertarian, but I'm not associated with the Libertarian Party, and that's for one pretty decent reason. These guys, I ran for them once for South Dakota Commissioner of School and Public Lands because they needed a paper candidate. I did no campaigning of any kind. They just said, we need this name on a ballot. Would you do that for us? I'm like, sure, whatever. Well, then it came time to actually get ballot access, because if you're not a Republican and you're not a Democrat, you are not automatically on the ballot. You have to go out and you got to have signatures on petitions that say, yes, we want them to be on the ballot. So you go out and you get all these signatures, you get the right amount, and then you send them into the Secretary of State. And then the Secretary of State says, no, these are wrong. And then you have to go out and do it again and send it into the Secretary of State. Usually on the second time, they'll say, no, this is wrong. So you go out and you do exactly the same thing a third time. And if you're consistent enough, then they'll say, okay, I guess we'll let you on the ballot. By that time, any volunteers that you had are exhausted, and they don't have the energy for a real campaign. And when I was going to run for South Dakota Commissioner of School and Public Lands, since I was a libertarian, I got to be one of the ones that went out and went around, got all these freaking signatures. And the problem is, once you do it once, then they figure you're on the hook forever. They figure if you're dedicated to do enough once, then the next time they want something done, they want somebody else on the ballot, then they'll call you, and you get to do it again. And there's just no way. I mean, one time was enough for me. And in any case, you can't get two libertarians to agree on anything. There are lots of things that libertarians agree on in principle. But every single individual libertarian thinks that their way is the only way to fix everything. And they won't agree with anybody else. You can't get them to even agree on general principles. It's like trying to herd cats. It's pointless. So that's why I'm not really associated with them. It's just pointless. In the first place, I would be doing nothing but, going out and getting signatures. And in the second place, what's the point? You can't get them to agree on anything. They won't agree on general principles. So they all have a plan. They all have a plan about how to fix the world, but not a single one of them can sit down together and agree on how to do something so that they can accomplish anything. In any case, they're severely hamstrung by the fact that it's just really hard to get on the ballot. I've talked to people from major parties and said, there's no reason that it needs to be that way. You could just say, yeah, if you want to be on the ballot, be on the ballot. And they'll always say things like, yeah, but what if they put Mickey Mouse on the ballot? My answer to that always is, dude, if Mickey Mouse wins the election, I think you have bigger problems than, Mickey Mouse being on the ballot. I would like to see on any given ballot one additional possibility for every single person running for office. None of the above. You have Donald Trump, you have Joe Biden, and you have none of the above. And if none of the above wins, you got to throw out all the candidates that were on there before and get new ones. I actually kicked around. I actually sent to the National Libertarian Party, and I said, here's what you do. You get two people that you want to run for president and vice president. You get them to legally change, both of them, to legally change their names to none of the above. Actually have the legal name, none of the above, and you get them on the ballot and see how many votes you get. I bet it would be more than anything they've gotten before. I don't know that they could win, but I think 2 people actually renaming themselves none of the above just so you could get them on the ballot, on the presidential ballot, might be very, very entertaining. So that's why I'm not associated with the Libertarian Party at all. It's just pointless. It's a waste of time. They're never going to agree on anything. And ultimately, I don't think it matters. When you've got a public debt as high as ours, you have to remember that the public debt of the United States is greater than every public debt ever accrued by every single nation in the history of mankind added together. And it is no longer backed by oil, which it isn't anymore. We're getting, bricks. You're screwed. The debt that was previously theoretically impossible to pay now becomes literally impossible to pay. And then you're in serious trouble. So we got about 5 minutes until midnight on Pacific time. So let me speak a little bit about what I'm going to talk about. I've mentioned, the full multiverse war and why that's so freaking cool. You can freeze frame your way through, the entire video, spot heroes and villains all over the place. And again, you really haven't lived until you've seen Michael Keaton's Batman make the Death Star run. So I can't stress, this is just a fantastic video. Go watch it. Your mind and your heart will love you for the rest of your life. What I'm going to present to you for our last presentation of the night is the denouement and end credits of that thing. It is a thing of beauty. It is nothing less than a thank you to all of those who have been our beloved heroes and villains since 1960. But more than that is the way that it's structured. Certain types of heroes and villains are grouped together in a way that lays bare the archetypes that underlie our fandom itself. Watch it closely and you'll see these underlying archetypes brought out. The magic, the science, the pure of heart, the anti-hero, the rogues, the heroes of just pure action and adventure, the warrior kings, the warrior queens, the families, and perhaps most important to fans, because we can oftentimes identify with it better, the unlikely heroes. And then there are the 3 pillars on which our fandom has always been based: science, magic, and the pure of heart. And I would call your particular attention to the final parts of the credits, because not only are they now gone, the people that they're giving credits to, you can see that they are the perfect archetypes of our fandom. Without their examples, much of which we take for granted wouldn't have been made, or would have been made very differently. And most of these people lived these archetypes themselves. You have the maddest of scientists, the purest of hearts, the master of action, the king of evil, the warrior king, and the one final archetype upon whose all the others rests. And I'm not going to tell you who that is, but it is an archetype. So we got a couple of minutes here. You got to watch this in the way that it was intended and how the archetypes work, because it is really amazing. It brings a tear to this old fan's eye every single time. And remember, this is the end credits of that hour-long video that I told you about, the full multiverse war. It is a love letter. It is saying thank you to all of those people who had given us so much joy over decades. And as I say, the final ones are really amazing. They are. It is the archetypes that that really influenced everything. Without some of them, I don't think, you can look at those final archetypes and say, these are people without whom, that every single type of hero or villain, without them, I don't know that we'd have them. They really owe their whole existence to the fact that we have these people who are no longer with us, that showed us the way, that gave the light to everything that is in our fandom today. That all of the stuff that we have loved and loved and loved for years and years, and the archetypes that they represent, and in most cases, they weren't just those archetypes in the movies, those final few. They lived what they believed. The one who is the purest of heart, he lived what he believed. The one who is the master of action, he lived what he believed. He wasn't just a part, he actually lived it. That was it. Without those two people, I don't think that we would have some of the stuff that we have today. They were the ones that did it all. So I thank you for watching the Late Late Stardate, and here is the last of it. Excelsior, and Happy New Year on the Pacific Coast.
We all want you to know our world may change and evolve, but the one thing that will never change, we're all part of one universe that moves ever upward and onward to greater glory. Everyone has always been and always will be part of one big family, regardless of their gender, religion, or color of their skin. The only things we don't have room for are hatred, intolerance, and bigotry. That man next to you, he's your brother. That woman over there, she's your sister. And that kid walking by, hey, who knows? He may have the proportionate strength of a spider. In other words, Excelsior!
Ultimate power in this world has always been one simple thing: the control and manipulation of minds.